Hello there. How's everybody doing? Good afternoon. We're gonna do more speedrun today, but I've been enjoying starting the streams with a puzzle lately. Lets people get into the stream. Slow start. Say hello to everybody. Hello, Etienne Lukey. What's up, Lally? What the flying hell is up, sir? Any Super Bowl enjoyers? What's up, Tom? I was uh, I was a Chiefs enjoyer yesterday. Great game. I have to admit, the first half wasn't like super exciting, but kind of like chess. If you watch a game of chess and it's really well played, it'll be the most boring experience ever. But then somehow you watch chess when everyone's hanging pieces, and it's like, well, that's not that enjoyable either. Like it's very fun, but I'd rather watch the people that are actually talented at this game. So I feel like the first half of the Super Bowl, I was just watching like a very high quality game, especially defensively. But I had the feeling that it was not the most exciting Super Bowl. But in the end, could you have asked for really a better game? Like they panned to Taylor Swift like 60, 70 times, so a lot of people got blackout drunk. Went to OT. I was on the Chiefs. The Chiefs won. So that was pretty good. And I think the refs didn't call the game in a way that, like, yeah, you could say something about a call here and there, but man, some Super Bowls have like a call that an entire fan base remembers for generations. I feel like the refs did a pretty decent job here. Plus the 49ers, like, I mean, how do you even look back on that game and complain too much? Like they played well. Purdy had a pretty good game. McCaffrey was incredible. Lally with the chess line. Oof, I'm definitely paying attention now. Here, here, queen, takes queen, rook takes. We've got unstoppable promotion, so everything has to be with check here. Lolly's looking for bishop h4 there. King e3, queen h3. And then the king goes back here, and what happens? Bishop g5. Yeah, rook takes g5. The punt foot hit was the unfortunate flip for the Niners. What do you mean by that exactly? Like the when he fumbled the catch on the punt? I didn't even know that it hit his foot. I think he tried to pick it up and it like slipped out of his hands. Unless you're talking about something else. But yeah, that was definitely a momentum shifter. Varun, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. 49er faithful. Interesting. I didn't know it hit anyone's foot. Regardless, I saw a guy trying to pick up a football, and man, just the shape of that damn thing feels bad. Oh, Lally, I sense the energy. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Lolly. I'm waiting, Tim. What's up, Angry Nerd Rocker? Yes, actually, light confident. Jeff was telling me to check out Magnus's insane win, and I did, and it was insane. It was precisely that. I haven't really been following the event. I don't know. 960. Probably not my favorite thing to follow. What if we don't promote? Yeah, bishop h4. Here. Bishop g5 after king d2. Knight goes back to e3. I see what you're saying, but white's still making a queen with check here, so kind of a tough ask. H2, H1. Well, white's threatening checkmate in one and getting a new queen. So the moment you do something that's not check, you lose the game. Almost for sure. Maybe like one or two ways you could try to avoid that, but pretty much if you don't check, you lose. I don't know if 960 is becoming the future of chess. I think there's never ever going to be a situation where a spin-off of a game becomes the future of the game. The kind of traction that Chess 960 has right now is definitely not serious. Yeah, the pawn check is forced. I certainly agree with you there. But now is the hard part. I mean, we know that checks are kind of the answer, so... AJ Rebo. Oh, we already hit that left-hand man. We're going to be doing our speed run today, but just letting people file in here. Just started the stream, saying hi, and thought we'd warm up with a puzzle or two. But yeah, we did technically hit our goal. Thanks to Spartones for 79 months. A lot of names to catch up on here. Shizno Ninja, 50 months. Thanks, Shizno. Half a century. Thanks, Shizno Ninja. Etium, too, 63 months. One of my favorite emotes, Bone Zone. Welcome back, Etium. Guardian EU, 15 months. Fairly EU-friendly time, I might say. Hellbunny73, thanks for the 3-month resub. Spartones, like I said, 79 months. And then we have Sand Dude for 32. Welcome, guys. John, you're subbed on Kick. Hey, I appreciate you extra. Don't tell the Twitch crap. Go, Sean. Scotch Zero, thanks for the 50 months with Prime. Bishop h4, queen h6, yeah. But you have to remember that if you're going to sit there and suggest variations and your variation just doesn't end in a checkmate, how could you possibly submit that to me? A lot of people are like, oh, g1 takes, rook takes, bishop h4. It's like, okay, what about the 11 legal moves that I could do in that position? Like, can't just leave your variation with an open-ended question. We need more variations like Tim Cannon. Tim suggests rook f8. He doesn't provide a move for white, so completely discounting these two possibilities. Then he says bishop g5, so for Tim's benefit, we'll assume that he meant this one. And then after bishop g5, again, no moves provided for white. We'll assume king d3 for Tim's benefit. And then rook h3, checkmate. Naturally, king c4, knight e3, rook e3, all illegal moves. So we need more variations like Tim, where there's a conclusive decision we've reached at the end of it. Oh, even better. Mate was simply the fourth unnamed move. So I have to find it. I'll hunt for the mate then, shall I? I received a puzzle from Tim while we were doing this puzzle here. That's right, Obama envy. Tone Cruz, thanks for the 39 months. Big Chiefs win yesterday. Of course, Lally. I have high hopes for you. What if the solution involves bishop h4, queen d5, and a small material advantage? And so, probably to achieve such a small material advantage, we'd need to do even better. I think the first thing that comes to mind here, involving your idea, Mike, is rather not queen takes d5 blindly because we'll get mated, like it needs to be with a check. But for example, here, let's first assume king e3, rook h3, then king has to go to d2. Then I'd be looking at queen takes d5, and if pawn takes, then perhaps bishop g5. And in that spot, there's either rook e3, which, I take with check, I'm hitting the pawn, I'm queening, or king e1, at which point I'm making a queen. So I like the idea of sacking maybe for the knight on d5, but probably with a check so that, we could try to use some nice geometry, maybe with the rook and bishop. But still not exactly sure what the first move should be, but queen f7 looks like one way to kind of do it. What do you guys think? Lolly has a line. Here, rook g3. king d2, queen takes d5, takes and bishop g5. Okay, so kind of the same line as me, but the difference being that this takes away the e1 square. And queen f7, I guess, allows this, but I mean, I don't think this should be a problem. I'm making a queen with check. So what's the difference between these two? Because if they both get the king to go here, and then after like a rook check, they both get the king to go here, and then queen sack, you know what I mean? Isn't it just winning regardless? So there has to be a difference between those two lines. Because if the answer is the idea of this and queen d5, to me, both of those things that have been suggested kind of make it happen. Queen here, rook h3, and bishop g5. That's an idea, but even queen takes d5 there, and bishop g5, it still seems to work. But bishop g5, remember there's rook e3 there at the end. Takes, king e2, bishop takes a7. I don't know exactly what's happening there, because after bishop a7, you can still play rook takes a7, threatening mate. So that's actually not that easy. So I don't think we can just say that this is winning. Queen d5, bishop g5, because rook e3. And if we do it this way, rook g3, queen takes d5, bishop g5, there's still rook e3, bishop takes king e2, and yeah, this is still happening. And if you take it, taking back, it feels like black did something good there, but not that good. Queen f7, king e3, some rook check, king d2, bishop g5, something to e3, bishop takes, rook takes, queen f2. Seems good, but white will go queen e2 there. And I think we're still faced with the same dilemma as earlier. Yeah, Deja Rev, that looks like a good line. But in that spot, when the king's on d2, white will always bring the knight back. And again, this move is unstoppable. G1, takes, rook takes, rook h2, king somewhere, e3, queen h3, king d2, rook takes check, king takes. And you have to assume this is working, but this is still quite scary. Just that one pawn. Queen h2 check there. King d3. I mean, you have to assume that's working. Kind of amazing. I feel like I still don't see it through to the very end. Looks good, I agree, but what's the full win? King e3, queen h3, king here. I'm sure it exists somewhere, but it's funny how like a knight and like a pawn are basically threatening to win the entire game. That's a good point, unhappy camper. That's a good point. Pretty critical detail in this takes line. Rook h2, king here, queen h3, takes, and perhaps rook g2 in that line. So that if takes, there's going to be some kind of check that we can use next to get to this pawn. Even still, we're kind of short on material there at the end, but I guess it should be winning. So like rook g2, takes, king d3, queen f1 check, king c3, and then there's, well, let's say king d2, so there's no queen a1, but yeah, then queen a6, knight takes e7, knight back to d5, I win the pawn. I guess I have queen against two pieces there, but like, what a weird line. Wait, Tim, are you investigating another one? Did another one hit the inbox? 26 months from Spudge, tier 3. Thank you, Spudge. So Malfoy did suggest this line of g1 takes rook h2. And he concluded the line with, you will keep him checked. Like, not that I think we can keep him in check. You will keep him in check. That's a very strong, just a firm, he really called it. I will keep him in check. He also affirmed that that is the variation. Yeah, according to his bio, yes, Tim has pointed out that Malfoy is reminiscent of our other puzzler. Malfoy. Never know if it's the same guy. Never know. Never know. But naturally, he boasts a strong rapid rating and strong blitz rating. He's retired, though. He seems to be just clowning on his 500 buddy from Denmark. Come on now. Come on. Like, poor guy. Just 99.3 accuracy against his 500 elo buddy. Just tearing him a new one. He's played like so many cheaters. I don't even know how this is possible. Bro plays a cheater like every single day. Tough losses, man. Well, I for one stand with I Malfoy. If a guy that has this much experience with 500s claims to know the answer here, I believe him. Hug Gambit, thanks for the 7 months. Malfoy, I trust you, man. What can I say? I think we got it. I'm ready to lock in G1 equals queen, final answer. Do I have any objections? Mannered Monkey, what do you think? Are you co-signing G1 equals queen? Lolly, any thoughts here? Need some opinions from some of our reputable chat members here. Co-signed. I'd like to point out that we have an account, guys. This might even be. Oh my goodness, guys! This is huge. We have an account, Grape Gambit. He's been following the channel for a mere 6 minutes. And with only 3 messages in the chat, he says, y'all are overthinking this. It's simple. G1 equals queen. Queen takes, rook h2, check. Just simplify until your queen is able to get to a1. It's correct. I have a lot of faith in this variation here. I'm feeling good about this. When I see 2 guys co-signing each other like that, it's making me feel really good. Anyone else? You're all overthinking it. I'm feeling good about G1 equals queen. I'm officially going to lock it in. Heart was thumping there. I had no idea if that was going to be the correct answer or not. I couldn't be sure. All right, I'm going to lock in the next move. And you know what? Why would I even calculate rook h2? To calculate would be to overthink. I just have to remember that I will keep him in check. I will. I will keep him in check. Okay? What am I doing? I'm starting to think. I should just put him in check, because you know what? I will keep him in check. I will. Amazing. When you stop overthinking things, guys, and you set your mind to it, you can do whatever you want. You can do anything. Through the power of friendship and not overthinking. Really, really great stuff. Guys, we worked through that puzzle as a team and got to the answer together. I feel like my new favorite thing is inspired by Tim Cannon. Tim, whether or not, you know, these guys are actually with the exact same usernames, it's my favorite thing. You go to chess.com and you just search up a username that matches Twitch chat. Grape Gambit, for example. 254 blitz, 300 puzzles, 220 rapid. Just a stalwart of the chat. You love to see it. What are the odds? Just the exact same username. We got I Malfoy here. You're never ever gonna find a username that matches a pleb with the correct answer to a puzzle and not be intrigued. Like, it will always be an interesting account. It will never just be like a regular account with nothing remarkable about it. So this is the new meta. If there are any plebs in chat with the correct answer, and again, they could have nothing to do with one another. Truly they could, but it doesn't matter. It will always at least yield an interesting account. That's just the way the world works. Even if Grape Gambit has his own account, nothing to do with this, the world, the universe will have it that there will be someone with the Grape Gambit username that is interesting to look at. That's just how it is. That's what I'm saying, Sphinxy. It's the confidence for me. It's the confidence for me. Do you guys remember nice video we released on the Chess Bra channel? What was it? It was semi-recently. This video right here. I discussed some important points in this video about how you guys can blend in with grandmasters around the world, and people will think that you are a GM if you behave like this. And one of the critical details of this video was that grandmasters never understand anything. They are always confused. So even if a GM has a variation that works, and it's a beautiful character, they're still confused. They still don't know. They're a little disgusted with the fact that they even had to calculate it. They're not sure if it works. But then you've got plebs in Twitch chat who are able to discuss things with certainties. They operate in black and white. It's correct or it's not. Those guys are on a different level. They know it's right or they know it's wrong. And that always impresses me. You know, even if I joined a Twitch chat of someone else doing puzzles, I would probably even say my correct answer, almost like a question, like maybe try knight d5, or kind of looks like it could be bishop e2, maybe a sacrifice here, because I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know the answer. And yet we've got people in the chat here who are just able to submit answers with certainty. And truly, that's a skill I don't have. So, credit to you guys. Credit to y'all. Pug Gambit, thank you for the 7 months. Cristobal. Automars, wow. Big username there. Thanks for the 7 months. And Ralthor the Dwarf, thanks for the 42 with Prime. We're not going to overthink it, guys. I think the energy is brewing. The plebs are energizing. We're going to do one more puzzle. Because as long as we don't overthink it, well, to be honest with you, I think we have a chance here. So let's remember what we learned from the first puzzle, and maybe we can figure something out here. Don't overthink it. What's your first instinct? Remember, just keep him in check. That's all you have to do. Don't overthink it. First instinct only. A lot of e6. E6. That's check. You know, and if the pawn takes, then the queen would take. I feel like I'm already overthinking it, though. We have to stay surface level. There's no check here. Maybe there's this check here. But that's it. We got to stay with this move right here. Okay, now I'm going to check the chat here. Okay, I wish I could make the chat pleb only right now. Because there's some subscribers suggesting some moves here. But we're obviously going to be ignoring those. So the plebs seem to be rallying for e6. If I take the average move of the plebs, definitely e6 seems to be the predominant suggestion. Okay, so we're definitely going to go for e6. It seems to be a pleb-dominated suggestion. Okay, let's continue again. What's the next move, guys? Just your first instinct. I really wish I could make the chat pleb only right now. This is crucial. Crucial, I tell you. A lot of queen h4. A lot of queen h4. Interesting, interesting. Hang on a sec. Hold on. We have evidence being admitted at the final countdown here. Hold on a sec. Keen JMM, a pleb, says perhaps try knight f4 check. Not knight f5 check, but perhaps try knight f4. Then corrected himself to knight f5 afterwards. Honest mistake. Not that it should be played, but maybe try it. Perhaps give it a go. Oh, wrong square? My bad. I meant f5, of course. I do believe so, Sphinxy. He could be machine learning already how to make suggestions like the rest of us. No, I'm not thinking. I promise. I can assure you. Now, knight here. Definitely going to get me thinking, okay, what about a move like this? King takes is clear. You know, good things have to be happening there, it feels like. Have to be. No more thinking. Queen h4, knight f5. We have to get a consensus here in the chat. I am. I feel like I'm overthinking it at this point. The only thing that's causing me to overthink knight f5 right now is Tim Cannon is also suggesting it, which is negating 10 to 12 pleb opinions. So I feel like Tim Cannon is currently leading us astray here. There are numerous plebs vying for knight f5, but Tim Cannon is also on knight f5. Queen h4 moves the king to the only available square, so it must be correct. After f6, I struggle. I truly struggle to find the next one. There's an overwhelming outpour of support for knight f5, so we're going to have to go for it. Trusting all the plebs, but making the rookie mistake of picking a move that Tim Cannon suggests. I knew there was a problem there. Tim Cannon himself can negate 10, 15, even 20 pleb opinions. Yeah. No, apologies to the plebs. I think you guys were on the right track there, but as I said, Tim, we should have seen the writing. It was on the wall there. Picking a move that Tim Cannon endorsed was never going to be a good sign. Apologies to all the plebs who didn't have their voice heard. You know. Shame. We're going to have to proceed with top pleb opinion there. Queen h4. Man, we really should have seen it. We should have seen it coming. Maybe queen f4 now? Some sort of strange queen c7 move? Wow. Jeez. Yep, that was our fault. From now on, we'll know better than to listen to anything Tim Cannon endorses. Well, you did your best there, Green Man. There's only so much you can do. Very easy puzzle. Alright, guys. I have a feeling we can manage this one. I have a feeling. You're joking me. +5? Come on. Where's my plus a billion? And how is the pass rate 50%? Good Lord. Outside the target time by 4 seconds. God damn. It's incredible. Too tough. Too tough for me. Always got to end the puzzles with one that's just far too complicated and move on to the speedrun. Alright, I'm pressing the eject button. We're going to continue with a series. Hello to Chess TV as well. Big shout out to those at Chess TV. God bless them. But we're going to continue a speedrun we just started. God bless Chess TV. Gonna switch accounts here. Yeah, Mannered Monkey, the only reason I'm actually allowed to do puzzles on stream is if I specifically don't do that. I have to keep the chat open, encourage people to sub, you know, focus on messages from VIPs. That's the only way chess.com actually permits me to do puzzles on stream. Otherwise, I would basically be gaming the system and inflating my rating for free. So we're going to continue to do things by the book over here. Hey, thanks, John. John Bartholomew. Pretty good timing, I gotta say. We're just about to get into a new speedrun series today. Thanks to John Bartholomew. Get a shout out in here. Baked Christ. Hey, buddy, thanks for the 3 months. JB with 115 people over here. Green Man RD. Green Mannered. I like that name. We have Mannered Monkey and Green Mannered. Thanks for the 11 months. Playfors, 31 months. Fine Brian, tier 3 for 5. What's up? Brian and Deskalico, thanks for the 26 months with Prime. We're going to get back to our speedrun here. Thank you, Tom. Hello, Mattis. Okay. This is our series. We have been doing an attacking series where, you know, for the most part, I'm probably going to be trying to castle opposite sides of my opponent, but in general, just trying to play some open positions with the queen on the board and focus on either, like, you know, initiative, development, attacking, just playing that style of chess. Very tough for me. So this is it's a workout for me too. We're at 600 right now. See if we can't grind up a few more points. But I'm hoping with we're gonna play 5-minute games that the games will be a little bit instructive, not just on attacking chess, but as I always say, it comes with a few other things: activity, piece development, initiative. So you end up practicing a lot of those things, which are very, very important to work on. I definitely would bake Christ. No doubt about it. Yeah, I attack, you resign. I'm convinced that this username just on its own is the reason that we are getting a lot of early resignations. You can doubt me, but I think it's working a little bit. There's no rules for the new speedrun. I'm not playing a specific opening, but I am playing a very specific style. So for the most part, I'll try to castle opposite sides, but a lot of games so far, we haven't even needed to castle. A lot of quick wins. So let's get attacking. 5-minute chess, let's jump in. I think I've been playing the Scotch, just because it feels like the way to open the game the easiest. You just quickly open up the entire position, bishops with lots of scope. F6, not really a move that you want to see as black. Like, you never really want to have to do a move like F6. Play bishop out to C4. This is always a great diagonal to put your bishop on, especially when you see F6, because now he can't castle. We're going to take. For the most part, bishop takes, queen h5, and queen takes h7, I would say is to be avoided. Like, yeah, you might win some material there, but yeah, it's not that great. You win a pawn, but you lose all your initiative. Oh, he can't wait to put his knight on c6, folks. He just can't wait. All right, we are getting developed, right? This is a good thing. Probably going to bring this bishop here, but maybe I give him knight g6 there. He plays c6, so his two pawns, like both his bishops are trapped right now. And he's got the two pawns on the squares where you're normally putting knights. So definitely a bit of a strange setup by him so far, but I want to make sure that we keep attacking here and don't give up too many pieces or anything like that, like too many trades. Bishop here, knight g6. Feels like that's the next move that he wants to do. Like, where else is he going to put the knight? So don't really like bishop f4. I think I'm just going to play it safe with bishop e3. Look to get long castled, and because I know his knight maybe wants to go here, moves like f4 and h4 definitely come to mind. Okay, there's b5. On its own, b5 isn't really that much of a threat. This bishop is fantastic on that diagonal, so I think I'm going to keep it there, at least for now. Wouldn't be surprised to see a5. I guess there's kind of a threat there of a4, but we can always move our a pawn to react to that. Well, I think you guys know the answer here. I can win a pawn here, but that's just not that's just not the kind of chess we're trying to play here. So we're certainly going to be keeping the queen on the board. d3 or d2, both look fine, but I'm just going to choose d2. This does attack his queen, which is something he needs to remember. And if c5, then maybe we can jump in with the knight, and takes, queen takes would already have a very serious threat. Okay, queen back, makes sense. I like that I have a bishop f4 move coming up, but I'm probably just going to castle here. One of the most important things about being an attacking player is making sure to mobilize all your pieces. So he might castle this way. I don't think it would be very good, so I am encouraging of that. Bishop f4 is an extremely tempting move, though, and it's about to be played because the queen needs to guard this pawn on d7, and queen c8 or d8 to continue doing that blocks castling. So I like this move for that reason. I know it kind of walks into this later, but we're mobilizing all the pieces here. I think we should be good. Yeah, so I think that's a very good move, and now I think I'm at the point where just opening the center will be just a winning strategy, I think. So I think we're just going to do that. I could go e5 right away, but I think I'm going to go here first. And yeah, my next move is going to be e5. Probably even if he plays knight g6, he goes g5. So again, we could probably sacrifice here and crush, but this is exactly where, I've mobilized everything. I feel like this is the time to finally do something. f4 hanging next, maybe. I know it doesn't look like it, but pawn here is actually the threat and not taking here. So it's kind of funny. Like, of course, you would only expect this, but no, the real threat is actually f7 mate. So we ended up winning in 16 moves, but I feel like a lot of people would go way more intense for the attack, especially after this. My opponent, I would say pretty early, committed a move that I think it's just bad, right? I think we all know in the opening you're not supposed to do stuff like this. But I didn't overreact to it. I didn't like go all in on some queen h5. All I did was develop castle, like rooks into the center, and then I'm just gonna open things with e5. Like once e5 happened, it was clear what was gonna go down. But until then, it was all about development, keeping the initiative, not trading queens. And, you know, he's playing moves like c6, b5, and f6, g5. So we naturally should go right up the middle. You don't need to rush. It was, whenever I explain how to react to moves like f6, the best explanation that I have is, you know, if someone does something that's, let's say, not good for their position, and you do something that's always good for your position, then you're just making a higher quality move than them. If you continue to make all your normal moves, your position is just going to look better, because you know for a fact their knight's supposed to be there in most of these positions. So instead of them making a weird move, and then maybe you trying to make a weird move to like counteract it, like, I don't know, some people trying to like win outright with this, it's like, great, but then they're going to play this, and you're like trying to win right off the bat, so you do something crazy and it doesn't work. It's like, if you just play your regular moves, you're playing better moves than them, and then 10 moves down the line, when you've played a better move than them for 9 straight moves, then you're going to have an advantage that's big enough that you could sack a piece. Something like that. But right now, he plays f6. Like, yeah, it's a bad move. I'm a little bit better than him after it, but it's not big enough of an advantage for me to go sack something or win the game outright. But after I've played all these developing moves, pretty much the highest quality move, every single time, we see this, b5, queen out early, has to move the queen again, has to move the queen again, another pawn move. By this point, it's move 13, and he's played an f6 caliber move for like 10 straight moves. So now, if you check the eval or something, it's +5. Like, it's +5. And I'm not even up material here. Whereas if you check the eval after, like, f6, for example, like, yeah, it's +1, like, with a weak chess.com engine, +1, not even, 0.8. It's not enough to KO someone. But you just keep playing normal, good moves, then you'll have the type of advantage that you can actually consider sacking a piece in. I feel like a lot of people rush when, like, strong players will just get all their pieces out and then be fully mobilized and ready to take you out. Thanks, Essay Writer, for the 7 months. Appreciate the resub, Essay Writer. And we have 16-month resub from Eric OX. Welcome back. D5 is horrible, Sam. Ugh. I don't even want to set that up on the board to show. D5? When someone plays f6, e5, you should be putting a bishop on that diagonal. Pretty much the worst thing you could do is play d5. Gotta open the position when someone plays a bad move like that. You don't need to rush it, but even keeping the tension like I did means at some point I'll be able to open it up. If you close the game, someone makes a bad move in the opening, or they're making too many pawn moves, if the game is open, you can punish them for it. Like, the game we just played was wide open. His king was stuck. But if the game was, like, locked up, I would have no space for my rooks to attack, and then all the advantage I had is kind of nullified by the fact that the position is closed. All right, let's go for the next one. E4 is just pretty consistent move. Hey, E5, F6. Has anyone seen this move before? This one we know about. So I can only assume that he's going to take, but if not, then credit to this guy, because at least if you play Queen E7, it tells me that you know a little something about the opening. He plays G6, like, gotta give this guy some credit. At 400, 500 elo, yes, he made the first mistake, but to catch it afterwards, I'm impressed. I really am. So we're just gonna go back. E5, F6 is one of those things where you just know that, this is a good example, by the way. I'm definitely going to be playing bishop here. You just know from experience that F6 is unplayable there because of knight takes. But yeah, this bishop, once again, on E5, F6 is going to be super strong. One of the worst things I could do here would be to play this. Knight here, takes. Knight takes, not great. So I think I'd rather just defend this. Of course, h3 will be a nice move to play. I'm expecting this. Yeah. I'll probably just go h3. Always nice to attack a bishop when they have a pawn here, because you know they can't retreat and keep the pin. So you're going to get clarification no matter what. Okay, it would be so nice to castle here, but I'm going to make a very safe move, bishop b3. And I'm definitely planning to castle kingside, because I want to be the opposite side from my opponent. That way I can really pressure his king. But obviously, a short castle would be a very good move here. Queen takes f6 is also an extremely strong move. He's kind of making it hard to play something else. I want to take here and go here. That would blunder knight c2, so I'm probably going to start with a3 and then go for this and this. The annoying thing is that after queen takes f6, he doesn't really have a way to defend his rook, so I might not win his queen because I'm going to win his rook, you know? Suffering from success here. But yeah, rook g8's the most likely. Definitely rook g8 or bishop h6, but I would say rook g8. I mean, that bishop's pretty far away. Yeah. Bishop h6, so, you know, credit to him. He is going to lose this bishop here, but really, if we're being honest, am I supposed to win a bishop or am I supposed to win a queen? I should win the queen. Sucks because, like, there's just a bishop completely hanging there, but I do think this is the better one. Yeah, rook there. Let's make sure to just grab the queen with check here. So yeah, even though he's made some pretty clear mistakes, he's also made some pretty good decisions as well. So if you count out the material here, which is always helpful to do, it's just queen for knight. And queen takes h7 here is just not... That's a great example of something that I would say is completely irrelevant. Like, at this point, I only want to play rook to the open file, knight to the middle for an exchange. Nothing else. If I trade everything, it's just going to be queen against knight, which is very easy to win. Okay, we'll give a check here. Again, we want these kind of trades. Queen c8 check will also be a nice inclusion. Yeah, here, king e7, I don't really have queen takes there, so we're just going to keep it Nice and simple. Of course, we could play this and this, but really unnecessary, I think. Takes. Probably bring my queen in here. But yeah, we're gonna... Oh, he takes us. Happy to see that. Yeah, rook f7 is the threat here. And then we'll be able to deliver checkmate here. Good game. That was a longer one, almost 30 moves. Yeah, despite the long speech about just getting developed. F6, unfortunately, is just something that is known to be not a good move. I mean, it's only the second move of the game, so you can imagine it's pretty easy to, let's say, somebody, you know, just did all the analysis of knight e5, and it's like, well, it just works. So if you happen to know something like that, and it just works, like a famous sacrifice or an opening blunder, which f6 is, then of course you can go for that, but definitely not the exact same in this case. Not a good move, but not immediately losing like it is here. Derek Wu, thanks for the 17 months. Hello from the Queen side, 29 months. B Pone, big resub. What's up, man? Thanks for the 8 months with Prime. And T Pedersen, 1991. Almost the greatest birth here on the planet, 1992. We'll forgive you, though. 10 Twitch subs. Hopefully enjoying the series here. Those are the first 10 gifted for T Pedersen, so appreciate that. All right, let's continue. E4, still kind of experimenting with different openings against E4. Done E5, done C5. Let's stick with E5 for now. He goes bishop c4 first, as opposed to knight f3. So yeah, I mean, I think knight f6 is definitely the move I would play here, but I think we kind of know that our opponent wants to do moves like this and this. So deep inside, I'm like, man, just play something else. Let him play these moves and then play against it. But no, I'll play knight f6. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. All right, I'll go here. At this point, I feel like I'm like almost expecting like g4. You know, he feels like he's a little committed to the cause, but much better move. Can't stress enough how much better a move like that is compared to a move like that. So if we want to get castled like in the other direction, I think I'm going to go here. Kind of assuming he's going to go there, but the g4 runs strong in this guy, as I said, so I don't think there's much we could expect other than that. Well, we're hard pressed now. He's done this. We're going to continue in aggressive fashion. D5. I mean, there's a reason people shouldn't be able to just bring like queen, bishop, and somehow like g4, g5 you and call it a day. That really shouldn't be allowed or shouldn't be possible, but it can be scary. I'm just pausing to maybe think about this. After queen there, maybe knight takes d5. Could work. But yeah, bishop takes g4 is more secure. So kind of debating between those two right now. Something I do like about e4. Go for e4. Kind of like this. Just kind of like clears a square on e5 for this piece. Slightly unclear how he's going to react. Just like 3 pretty decent squares. This one I'm assuming will be his favorite because g5, like, he's just kind of maintaining the pressure there. So I think we'll continue to bother the pieces here. Queen has to move again. At this point, yeah, I'm assuming this. And we're going to bring the knight into e5 here. Yeah, it's going to hit this bishop. This pawn is being hit like 50 times. We're very, very close to castling. Although, I am kind of trying to hold off on castling for the moment. Queen e7. I think just bishop takes, though. This will be nice because, like I said, we want to get castled, and I'd maybe be interested in castling queenside here. Not with the other knight, just because this pawn was hanging. I'd assume queen here, and the dust has settled, and he's really only got one queen developed, and it's move 10. I've got all my pieces, and I'm still going. At this point, I encourage him to take this pawn, because he is going to lose his queen, so we'll just give him enough rope to hang himself with, as they say. I have the nice option of rook h7 or rook g8. They both work. I don't really know which one would be significantly better. I'm leaning towards this one so that after queen takes rook, my knight seems to be on a perhaps slightly more useful square than g8. Small differences. Plus, this has the added benefit of, you know, encouraging queen g8 check, and then he just loses a whole queen. So, rook h7, clearly superior choice. But I mean, like, how can you expect success when it's move 12? And you've got one piece developed, just one, and it's your queen, of all things. Chess doesn't work like that. How many pieces did this guy start with? I mean, let's say not counting the king. And how many pieces are still sitting on the first rank? Not a good ratio. But the thing about being, you know, let's say 654 elo is if I just told you, like, if I was 600 elo, and someone just told me, hey, if it gets to 10 moves into the game and the only piece you've got developed is your queen, just resign the game and never play that way again. I'm sure your rating would go up. It's like, it's just very obvious. Like, just don't ever play chess like this. Even if you had no clue what you were doing and you just put your knights like here and here, just so you had other pieces developed, like, I promise you, your position would be better. Our opponent's really in the tank here. He's got a lot of options to consider, so it does make sense. Once again, bringing up the revolutionary theory of low elo, which is if I have lots of time, I do not think. If I am losing the game by force, I will consider every available option. Damn it. We didn't get the resignation out of him. I attack, you resign. He countered that with just leaving the game. Yeah, not much to say. The guy went for, a quick G4 move on us. I liked E4 here rather than taking on G4, and yeah, lots of good things about our position after that. Yeah, he just didn't have any pieces. Makes sense, Endless Mike. Makes sense. So yeah, we'll probably run into this a few times where they just go for a quick mate, but yeah. I think D5, like just being a little aggressive here is quite important, but even if not D5, like it's not like we're gonna lose here by force or anything like that, so we could just continue with a more normal move, but D5 is, it's just too good to pass up, so. All right, we got the black pieces again. I'll stick with E5, and we do see queen immediately out to H5. A lot of people panic when they see this. They're like worried about this, or they want to just kick the queen out right away. But when you think about it, this move only has one threat, and it's to attack that pawn. So, like, I'll just defend that pawn. And then just focus on the moves one at a time. This move defends that pawn. Got it. This move now attacks this pawn. So I need to do something that defends this pawn. So G6, not knight F6, because it doesn't do anything to defend it. Even queen E7 would be acceptable here. But we'll go G6 now. And then, again, take the moves one at a time. After this move, what's the threat? He's attacking this, so we gotta do something that defends this. Again, queen E7 would be just fine here, but choose to go knight F6. Queen F6. Ah, well, I'm not gonna trade queens with the guy, right? Not happening, not happening. Alright, he goes C3, so he knows to stop my knight D4, and let's just use the fact that we've played G6 to get a nice bishop move there. E2, we could continue with D5, but keep it controlled with D6. Goes H3, so I feel like the guy's, reasonably knowledgeable. I'm gonna make a point not to castle this way, and in order to do that, I'm gonna go here. I'm assuming that he's castling this way. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we could trade for this bishop, but maybe you don't even need to. Let's see how we wanna. Let's see how we want to continue. That's a good piece. Trade it off. Also helps us get ready to castle. Let's go ahead and do it. D5 will be a pretty nice move, so maybe bishop A3 is actually not crazy here. Like, it does stop D5, so gotta give credit where credit's due. I like D5 so much that I think I'm just gonna play here and go for it. But the other way to play is to scare him on the other side of the board. So let's use our pawns. I would be scared if I were him. Let's see. G4, H4. I actually kind of want him to take this, but I think he's more intending to push that pawn, like to D4. That's kind of what I expect from him. So maybe this knight could swing in. Yeah, that's not bad. I think knight F4 is kind of annoying. Like, if he takes, like, maybe we would take. Okay, bishop here takes, and queen takes a7 is 100% the threat. But I'm going to play the I don't care game, which is like knight f4. I mean, go for it. But you'll have to take my knight in order to take this pawn. And okay, even if you wanted to do that, did it kind of in the wrong order. Now he can't take here. And I think we're going to be able to use the G file here. So at least that's what I'm going to go for. Again, like, don't care about what you get up to over there. Let's operate on the G file. It's going to go F3. Okay. Bring the bishop in. I'm also threatening bishop takes pawn here. Okay, goes here. Again, I think he's threatening to do this, but, you know, our move bishop h4 is going to be really well timed here. And I think, yeah, well, this is why we were attacking, to use the G file, so we're going to get to do exactly that. Now, he goes pawn here. I know that it's tempting to take, but with the pawn on the G file, it kind of goes in front of our pieces, and I'm not actually sure that it works out that well. So I think I'm going to play h5 because I want to open the G file. If I take here, like, I know it's great, and I know we have bishop takes rook, but I feel like nothing compares to just having an open file for my rook here. Like, he moved his rook here because he's worried that I'm going to take it. Then he moved his rook here because he's worried that I'm going to take it. It's like, my friend, I promise you, like, hand to heart, I will not take your rook for my bishop. I swear to you. So not interested. And in saving his rook 50 times, he ended up losing the queen and getting mated. People definitely don't handle attacks very well. So even like a move like g5. The difference between my move g5 and our opponent's move g4 from a game ago is simply that here g4 is done before any development. Like, at this point, you're trying to brute force a win in the first 10 moves, and that's just not how chess works. Of course, it can work that way, but I'm saying it's not forced. And so your opponent's probably going to have a resource here, because if it was this easy to checkmate people, like by force, or that you had an advantage by playing the best moves, and that these were the best moves, I mean, chess would just be too easy. Like, you'd see Magnus Carlsen playing chess like this, but he doesn't. And then you play this game out, and you have a look, for example, maybe at the moment where I played g5, and look at the difference. g5 is basically one of the top move in the position. I'm castled, I've got every single piece developed, and I see a clear hook in the position that I can use to play g4, which would open up the g file. So it's a big difference between me playing g5 and him playing g4. He didn't have any pieces developed. Meanwhile, I'm castled on the opposite side. I have every piece developed. And so you're like, okay, what's the difference, man? You're both playing like the same exact moves, but good attackers will go for maybe the same crazy ideas, but they'll do it once they're maybe castled on opposite sides, once they got every piece developed. Because I know I can support this by bringing my pieces. In the other position, when white played g4, he can't support anything. He's got no pieces out. So it's just not a very good idea. I don't know if castling on opposite sides is good, but it's good for creating attacks. That's all. Because it means I can push pawns at his king, and my king isn't sitting right here, because my king would get very weak if I did this, and my king was sitting there. But my king's over here, cozy, and then meanwhile I can go kind of crazy on this side. All right. Jump into Another one. Will he make a move? We're running into the 1 bar connection crew. Let's play e5 again. Okay, c3. Well, pretty clear idea in d4, but another great thing to do when you see this move is just immediately play d5, because now the main move to disrupt your queen is not playable. So yes, they can play c4, and I'm sure my opponent will, just because it attacks the queen, but this move also leaves a hole on d4, so not necessarily a great move. Right, knight f3, so I think I have pretty much 2 main options here. Knight c6, always nice just to control d4, but e4 also comes to mind, because it's going to force this knight to move again. But I'll keep it simple with knight c6. This bishop just doesn't have anywhere to move, so that's why I keep saying I expect he'll go here. Just because he can't move his knight to that square, and he can't move his bishop to anywhere useful. So it's almost like the brain kind of defaults to, what can I do? What can I do? Like, get something going. Okay, queen e2. Well, yeah, almost for sure here I'm going to play bishop out. There is one move that I'm not that psyched to see next, which is queen here. Obviously, I'll be better in some eventual queen trade, because he's spending like a lot of moves to do that. But I don't really want to trade the queens, so that's why I'd be a little annoyed by it. But let's play bishop here. It is kind of a funny procedure. Queen e2, queen b5, so we'll see what he wants to do. He really does go queen here. So a little bit fortunate for me, because now I get to keep my queen on the board. You've probably seen me do this maneuver in a couple games so far. I'll end up bringing my queen out for one reason or another. And then I'll get my bishop out, and then I'll bring my queen back here. And so the queen supports the bishop, but I'm also allowing myself to castle, which I think is pretty nice. Knight takes f7, like, actually is a move here. If I play this, then I actually will see knight takes f7. Yeah, bishop takes knight. Definitely possible in the previous turn, but I'm really trying to get these positions where I can just like castle and do stuff like that. So h6 knight f7. Is the guy capable of seeing a big move like that? Let's see. I'm gonna go h6. I mean, I just want to kick the knight out, of course. We want a long castle, by the way. And of course, knight takes f7. I had bishop e6 ready for him there. But yeah, he's gonna play knight e4. I think we just continue with our long castling plan. Knight c5. I'm happy to trade it, because this knight has moved like 20 times, and my bishop hasn't moved at all. So would definitely be worth it there. Okay, let's get some initiative going. This bishop, I think we can leave it there. Yeah, he might do this, but I'm gonna try to move fairly quickly here. Bishop e6 would be another good looking move, but I'm gonna go a little bit faster with f5. Like I said, knight here will definitely take it. Okay, takes with the pawn. Lots of ways to do things. Hard not to do this. The only other move I'm really considering is e4, because it looks nice to clamp the moves f3 and d3 down, and it gets knight e5 coming in. So yeah, I will play e4, but knight f6 would have been a tremendous move there as well. And again, what move are we on? Move 11, right? So once again, we're on move 11. What's the situation? My opponent, one piece developed. It's the queen. It's like, I could be blindfolded, and you tell me that information, and I would tell you that the opponent has a better position. Like, that's just how it works. there's just no way that white is on move 11, only has their queen developed, and somehow is doing well. Yeah, knight here is fine. Knight here kind of gets into d3 in a pretty nice way. But maybe the queen is going to go to b5, and I would have to trade queens there, so it's possible just knight f6 keeps things nice and simple, but we'll think here. Might need to go a little bit on the quicker side, knight e5, knight d3. Sucks to trade queens though, so go here for now. It might end up being a necessity. I don't really like this move from him. Not really seeing a threat exactly. It seems like we could play a6. Yeah, knight d4. Hard to not trade queens there when we're winning stuff. I like this move a lot from him. Rook b1, high energy move. And to be honest, at some point you got to call out the bluffs. How many people would take this? Oh my goodness. I don't think I'm going to. That just looks freaky, man. Way too freaky. No, I'm not gonna do it. You guys are crazy. Takes on b5. I feel like this guy saw like my username and took it personally. That's the way I feel right now. It's like he saw the I attack, you resign, and he said no. I attack, you resign. Dude, alright, I respect you. I respect you for knight a7. Okay, knight a7 into just bishop move. That's it, just bishop move. Alright, we have 6 seconds and a dream. Maybe this one is just a safe move. Expecting queen b3. Probably want to play knight f4 into d3. At this point, we need to open things up. Bishop a6. A stellar move from the opponent. Pre-move this because it's a check. Always get to pre-move a check. Actually, pre-move this one. This will give us more mate possibilities. Also, if he castles, I think we'll still have a chance. Oh, what a guy. Good move. He's still going to have to prove probably one more thing. Yep. And he's going to have one more big move coming up. There's going to be 2 mates that I'm threatening with this pre-move. So he's really going to be under pressure. We're not going to pre-move on this move because this is the moment where, yeah, anything could go. And now he's got 2 checkmates. So let's see. He should take that. Otherwise, there's going to be a mate. Got to, like, hover the other likely moves. Yeah, queen g2 should be mate. Yeah, queen g2 should be mate unless he takes. So I can actually pre-move this. Actually, I think we should pre-move taking. Queen g2 will be mate otherwise. Might go like queen e7 or something, so I think we're just going to hover the rook. But I would take the knight if I were him. You have to make sure not to like fall asleep here. It's like you've been driving for a long time. Gotta make sure that you don't blink too often, might miss it. He's using a good strategy here. I'm getting tired just like looking at the position for so long. I'm starting to blink a lot. His strategy is actually working. Have to take this. Yeah. Now we're okay. But we had to pre-move take that in case bishop f5 came. That would have really, really hurt us. But that was actually a genius strategy. My eyes, low-key, are uncomfortable right now. Like, that was a very, very good trick by him. So if you're ever completely lost, like, definitely try to wait him out there. Oof. Had to maintain a serious level of focus there. And I was dozing off at some point. It's tough to keep the eyes open for that long. No, but I feel like he didn't just play a great game, but he really took the username personally. Now, I have to admit, I was making some decisions that weren't the best here, because I think I took my own username too far. It's like I wanted to be the attacker, so I looked at what would be a great move here, and I saw this, and I said, well, this is a great position, but it trades the queens. And I think that was my fatal error, because he kind of used that against me, went all in. And, well, I mean, this probably wasn't the best, but you got to shout out, like I said, credit where credit's due. You got to shout out 600s that, I mean, at this point, we kind of had to pre-move, get moves ready regardless, but hey, if you're able to bust out bishop a6, he doesn't have a lot of the fundamentals, but he definitely has, like, some kind of idea how to attack and mobilize pieces. So, yeah, I feel like this speedrun is actually would be the most useful for a guy like this. He loves playing attacking chess, you can tell. He's not that good at setting it up because, like I said, where I move 11 here, he's got one piece out, and it's the queen. But when he got, his rook b1, like, to hang a piece and bring a rook there, that's a good move. That's a good attacking type of move. Not everyone plays that, right? The majority of us see our knight hanging and move the knight. So you gotta love moves like that. And then what happened, but I think he deserves some credit for that attack for sure. And yeah, we're gonna have to work on attacking without our queen here, because 95, 93 would be the best. I think one of the best ways to proceed, and we held off on it, and honestly got punished, and fairly so. James, welcome back for 5 months. Land Beyond 31. I love stress. Thank you for the raid there. This game was very stressful, so not sure I fully agree with that username right now. So we have to make sure we get pieces to support our attack. This guy didn't exactly do that, which is, not exactly why it didn't work out, but okay, c3, d5, yeah. I was happy enough with that. I'll always caution people about bringing their queen out too early. But if they can't really attack your queen, like with knight c3, then it's a great opportunity. Why is the Scotch a decent opening? Well, because it ends up looking like this, where, yeah, your queen's in the middle, but there's no knight to attack it. So usually queen in the middle is no good. Like the Scandi, you get attacked right away. But if they don't have a knight to attack you, queen in the middle is, yeah, well, it's a great square for the queen in general, because it does so much from the center of the board. The only reason we don't like it is because it can get attacked. But if you know that, for example, after c3, it's going to be very hard to attack the queen. Like, look at what my opponent had to do. Queen e2, queen c4. Then it's a great idea to have your queen in the center. But it'll definitely take some practice before you realize which ones are safe and which ones aren't. All right. Well, I'm going to go e4 here. It's had some success in the series so far, namely just opening the position. Like, I feel like the Scotch is a great opening in that sense. So this is exactly what I was just saying. I have my queen in the center of the board, but he can't attack it. A lot of people play moves like this because they just start panicking and they start attacking your queen, but it's not exactly a good move. Very common, though. There it is. So I actually want to put my queen here, but I don't really want to block my bishop, so I'm going to give him this check first and then drop back to d3, making sure to stay on the d file so that we can pressure this, and yeah. This bishop probably goes here, and then I castle long, and my rook ends up on this weak pawn. Why was I saying, like, oh, c5 is not a great move? Well, exactly this. Now this pawn is super weak. So that's the power of the queen in the center of the board there. We can go here and deal with b5, but I think we could take here. Keep it real simple. And knight d5 it's a good looking move here. I can't lie. Yeah, knight d5. I mean, bishop f4 I want to do in castle, but knight d5, even if you castle, we'll walk into this, which is not easy to notice, so I guess this might be the best one. Might follow up with bishop here after that, because I don't think f6 is a good move, and again, we want to castle ASAP. Ooh, and he's going to go ahead and blunder with knight f6, so yeah, we can hop in here with knight b6, and I've got my next moves already mapped out. Like, I'm definitely going to throw this in to exchange pieces after I win material here, and then after that, we're going to castle. Oh, so he doesn't even defend the rook. He's going for, I assume, knight takes e4. We're up an entire rook now. Okay, I think probably now we can maybe play a move on the fancier side, but we'll give a check, and if it's taken, of course, then you lose this knight. He's not going to want to do that, so he's got to move his king, and then we'll just play knight d5 to hit his queen. So even though he can move his knight anywhere here, and it would result in a discovered check, his queen is being attacked. So no matter where he moves the knight, I'll just play knight takes queen. I think a lot of people forget when there's a discovered attack that you don't always have to move the king after a discovered check. You can also take the thing that's checking you. But for some reason, a lot of people don't realize that. Yeah, so knight here, like, knight takes queen would be a great move. King takes knight would be a great move. It's so easy to, like, make a mistake with with the discovered check. Because, yeah, I can move my king and take your knight. So we are all good now. Unfortunately, you might be able to force a queen trade, but I think we'll survive up all the material that we're up right now. You never get scared of trading pieces when you're up material, or you shouldn't, at least. Play bishop here. I'd like to encourage the move g5, and then knight f6 will happen. It's usually the case, I feel like, when someone's like down material, that all they want to do is like attack your pieces. So, well, we didn't really encourage the move I wanted exactly, but we got the same knight check in the end. So that'll be a little bit too much material, I think. If we're counting it up here, we have an extra queen and an extra rook. Queen d5, bishop d6, or rather, maybe queen takes d6. King will have to now go up the board. Let's see, we should be able to get some sort of mate in here. That's nice. Check. And I guess it's nice to mate with the bishop here. Check. And this, just not as satisfying to me personally as bishop here. Gotta get him from behind. Yeah, the Scotch. one of the best openings to just play an open attacking game. It's not like when I'm doing this speedrun, I'm not really doing these crazy gambits and like trying to KO my opponents right off the bat. I'm talking about slow build up, like proper attacking chess, where you really just focus on development, quick development, initiative, get your pieces out, and then try to castle the opposite side of your opponent and either launch the pawns or use your pieces to attack. And queen in the center of the board is good, but you don't want to be able to be attacked by his pieces. If he's using the pawn to attack, we saw exactly here, like, why do I have this square available? Why is it so strong? It's because of this pawn. If that guy was on c7, I would not have anything close to the type of advantage that I had in this game. Nothing close. He could play c6 to cover that square, but plus if I played knight d5, I wouldn't be threatening a single thing. So this was all made possible from this c5 move. Happy to see it. Okay, e4 again. We haven't seen this move too much. Pretty rare, I would say, knight there. Okay, yeah. Well, this is the reason that I would say it's more on the rare side, is knight f6, knight e4. I mean, at this point, you're kind of worried about maybe losing your knight, so definitely the only move that I think is reasonable is knight d5, but knight e4, and you just start to think about the squares that this knight has available, and it's like, well, only 2. So I'll start with this one. This, if he goes there, then he's just going to lose it. If he goes there, then I would play d4. If he goes back, he's probably going to lose the knight. If he goes to e6, we play d5. Like, at that point, we're just kind of walking the knight down. And he basically pre-moves f6. Interesting, interesting. So he's down a piece here. f6. I mean, makes the most sense to just trade, you'd think. Bishop f4 is, I mean, it's a good move. I'll take. Obviously, this would be catastrophic, but this opens up the bishop and the queen, so it's more than likely. Okay, and even though we won material there, I'm not really going to change my game plan too much. Okay, he's playing some really bad moves. g5, I mean, we're kind of compelled to play queen h5 here, so a little offensive not to. Yeah, it goes here. I won't go too crazy. I'll just go knight c3, and this is a good move to stop knight d5. I'll give him that much. Let's long castle, because I think if I'm going to get anything going, it'll be something quick here. But yeah, I'm not going to sacrifice my position too much, Sometimes you go a little bit crazy, like bishop takes g5. It's just unnecessary. I don't know. I'm already up material here. This one I think I will go for, just because it looks like we might get some trades here. It goes up. Okay. Oh, he was serious about going up the board. Like, when he's going up, he's going up. Check. We have to make sure that we really, we have to welcome him to the family. I think it would be rude to have someone in your home like this and just not offer them a comfortable place to sit. So we'll make sure to show them all the rooms in the house here. Okay, just showing off our dining room here. Got a lovely kitchen area. Oh yeah, I just want to make sure he knows he's more than welcome here. What's mine is yours. Bishop takes, eh? Oh, I see what's going on there. See what's happening. Feels like he's up to something. For some reason, he's made it all the way to the master bedroom, which is a little bit on the personal side, but King H1. All right, we're really gonna have to live dangerously here. I think it's not a. I think it's not done properly until we really execute here. Oh, my goodness. I didn't invite your friends. I was giving you a house tour. And you came in here and invited all your friends over as well? Those were not your invitations to give. Pretty rude behavior from a house guest, if you ask me. Shocking. That was a little too much. It was all fine by me. You know, I'm happy to show you the house. You want to see the new place, by all means. But start inviting uninvited guests over. I mean, we didn't talk about that. Had to end the tour early. This is turning into a disrespect speedrun. My friend, that is not the case. If that were true, I would have sunglasses on. Still towing the line. Yasser would appreciate that king walk. I don't know if that's true. But I guess he won a pawn on h2, so perhaps, yeah. Yeah, perhaps. Well, that was 23 moves. Man, not even our longest game there. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but chess.com just doesn't, they just don't give credit for brilliancies in games like this. It's very hard to farm brilliancies. Because even though you create a situation where, oh, queen h7, what a brilliant move for knight e2. What an unbelievable move. They still just, no credit, nothing. Shame. A shame. Thank you, Larissa. Appreciate the vote of confidence there. Thank you to MikeBo14. Welcome back for 11 months. Dozer, 2 years. Rico95, thanks for the prime. Kodiak DW, thanks for 23 months. Osman, 13 months. And DLM, 34-month resub. Tier 3. Thank you, Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. F3G4 speedrun. I ran into my opponent who was evidently doing that speedrun himself. So I might be too late on the idea there, DLM. A true shame, if you ask me. Yeah, 92 is only good. Only good. All right. Are we going to get a move? Doesn't look like it. All right, we're on to the next one. I will stick with e5 for now. Okay, so he goes d4. I'm wondering if he's going to take back with the queen, because if he does, this is an example of when you usually don't want your queen out, because now I can attack it like that. So we'll see how he's going to play. Normally, white actually castles queen side in this line. So I wonder if we castle this way, if we'll be able to do something. He plays f3. General rule when I see this is get a bishop on that diagonal. I'm pretty sure at this point he's not going to be able to castle that way. So I'm going to go here, and my next move is going to open up the center. And it's probably going to open up the center regardless of what he does. I mean, we'll wait and see, but d5 is kind of screaming to be played. Certainly annoying to have this attack my rook and bishop at the end, so that's probably the only thing I don't really like right now. a6 also doesn't technically threaten to take the bishop, which isn't the best feeling. Here, everybody takes. You know, do we have some way to make that work? I think I'm, you know, in general, I'm interested in something like that, but it looks a little bit too much, I have to be honest. A little bit too much. So now I'm thinking, how else can we be kind of quick here? Because the next move might be knight there. I'm not sure what we can do against that, so yeah, I want to play this, but I don't think we can do that, so I'll do a move that prepares it. Just gets my bishop off that square where the queen was attacking it. d5 can be prevented with c4, but okay, c4 is another pawn move. More normal would be knight here, and then I think I'll probably do it anyway, because I'm fine losing a pawn here. I just don't want to lose a piece as well. Yeah, he can't castle, which is important. And attacking is not only like against the castle king, attacking is also in the center of the board. Right? If he's leaving his king there, that's no good. And I see a move like this, I already know. Too slow. d5 immediately. Must do. Because he's still 1, 2, 3 moves away from castling. And if I take here, he's not going to be able to castle in either direction. So, of course, he's going to go take this pawn. Makes sense. Ooh, fancy. e5. Okay, so credit to him for trying to keep things closed in the center. Let's react by moving the knight, naturally. We're going to get a lot of initiative here. He still can't castle. Let's keep that in mind. He's threatening our rook, which does need an answer here. So knight takes, I think, is playable, but maybe a little bit too ambitious. So I'm just going to continue by developing and hitting that knight. It also does defend the rook. Yes, queen d5 can happen, but I just believe that we have to have a good position here. I'm liking simply rook e8, bring yet another piece into the attack. I mean, yeah, f4 can happen in response, but I'm loving the mobilization here. All right. Oof. I mean, I think we're at the point where some real serious attacking moves can happen, but I'm gonna temper myself just for one more move or so. So I'm gonna go here, check, and I'm gonna bring my queen here. We'll guard the knight and hit this knight. My rook can come in as well. Now, I know I'm down 2 pawns here, but don't lose sight of the way the game feels. not just the material. I've got every piece out, like just missing one. Maybe this knight could improve its placement a little bit, but yeah, I mean it's feeling pretty good. Right, nice developing move and defensive move from him there. You want to make sure to sort of keep up the pressure here, so what's the best way to do it, I wonder? Yeah, rook d8, honestly, like, I'm calculating a lot of moves here, maybe knight f6, but I'm just going to go with what seems to be kind of a obvious looking move, in a way. Queen here to hit this one, but I think we can stay on this knight. Maybe also knight takes e5. Would be a pretty nice move next. So I'm trying to, do it properly. I've got every piece developed. Surely the next move will be a firecracker of a move. Right? I mean, we're all set up for success here. Knight takes e5, I'm sure will be good next. Remember, g4, queen check. But it feels like every piece is on a fantastic attacking square, except maybe the knight, which is why my next move will very likely involve the knight. Not really sure what to recommend for him. I mean, developing move for sure, but can you really afford to do that when knight here is threatened? So it feels like you got to move the queen. Queen back here. I mean, I guess, right? The move almost presents itself. Okay, he goes for queen e4. It is a good move, but, there's just not going to be much that stops me from playing knight e5. Knight e5 just has to happen. I've now got every piece pretty much operating at full capacity, and I still don't feel like I'm completely winning or anything. That's just what the position felt like should happen, so we went for it. Queen g4, great move, can't lie. So we can take, we can just pile up the pressure with takes and bishop d4, which will at least win a piece back. Probably going to do something like that. Yeah, don't really see anything here. We could take, we could bring more pieces, but I think takes and bishop d4, at the very least, will win some material back. So we'll start with that. Even though the queen's off the board here, I think the attack is still continuing. Take this or take this. Bishop e2 looks nice, but bishop c3 will ultimately lead to the win we're looking for here. This isn't an option, so it has to be that way, which you definitely don't want to have to play. Rook here is a little too much, but rook takes c2 will win this bishop. Give a check, and maybe we can go with our favorite move, h5. Just make sure that if I lose the game, it's not going to be from a back rank mate. GG. We were able to corral the king there at the end with a nice mating net. I was lying to your face. h5 was, a move that I pretended was to make sure we had an escape square, but I secretly wanted to mate him by force after pawn takes. I have to be truthful with you guys now. So yeah, I mean, it was a fun attacking game. I tried not to over-calculate. It did look like a lot of moves could happen, but yeah, even without, the absolute best calculation, I think we had the right idea. Right? Just playing more with the feel of the position. 2 rooks on the open file, 2 bishops aimed at the king. Even trading the queens here, we were still very, very winning after. Yeah, I agree, Mannered Monkey. I was just trying to stick to more of the basics, which is like, hey, if you're not sure about a move like 95 or like, I don't know, maybe even rook here and then 95. If you're not sure about these moves, I can promise you that, just getting the queen out, bringing the rook to the center, and then going for 95 will work out better. But for sure I did think of it. But looking to keep the attacks as brainless as possible. And you can't go wrong bringing the rooks to the center with a king that just can't castle. I mean, yeah, it's what, move 19 here, and king's in the middle. It's got like 2 pieces developed, one of them's pinned. Pretty rough look for white. So even though we're attacking here, and you might view that as a speed run where it's just crazy chess nonsense, I am trying to make sure to instill the fundamentals. Initiative. Focus on initiative. We want to focus on development. Maybe a pawn here or there is not the most important thing to us, but development, initiative, those are key. You're never going to have a successful attack without one of or both of those things. So if we just start the games well, then we'll probably have a good shot. France Rex, thanks for the 4-month resub. World Checkers Champ, thanks for the 3 months. Welcome back. All right, it's going to be e4. A move that just lends itself to open positions. I'm trying to think, and I really don't think that we've had much c5. So now I'm trying to think like what line we want to play to try to get the most open position possible, or maybe the easiest kind of attack. And yeah, for the most part, I would say just the regular Sicilian is not exactly. Play c3 and see what happens, because you might get some isolated pawn positions like this. Or maybe some positions like this where a bishop aims at the king. So yeah, that could definitely work. He goes for this. Guess we could play e5 here. It's kind of going into a French. Okay, let's see how he handles it. Usually the pawn on e5, as long as you know how to defend this guy, you should be okay in these spots. All right, b5. The guy's going crazy. I gotta take out of respect for his move. Okay. I mean, this is, I haven't seen this one before. All right. Well, the dust has settled, and we are very far ahead. That's all I have to report, right? We're just up a piece and looking great here. Looking great. Well, we're going to get castled. Don't think we need to attack too much more in this game. Like, I just don't think it's necessary. Yeah, I think I'm going to play h4. Just, there isn't really any attack now. If he plays knight h6, I'll probably take it, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, rook here. Of course, we'd love to see that. Hey, respect for the g5 move. But now is where I remind you that I actually am attacking. Apologies if there was any confusion. I, in fact, am attacking you in this position. Let's take this just because it gets another piece out. For sure, knight takes is a tremendous move. No problems with it, but I'm going to choose to develop. Okay. And this one, again, it's not going to be too impactful because we can defend that rook by moving the knight. And this guy's hit, so kind of uncomfortable here. This should be pretty difficult for him to deal with. I guess we'll see rook f8. And I'll just take here. And this pawn is hit. He's unable to take the queen. by any means. And I kind of expected rook takes g5. You know, if pawn takes, then I do, sucks for me. Not only can my queen take, but he's also got this e6 pawn hanging that I have a number of ways to take it with. Yeah, queen takes, rook takes. Probably queen takes and pawn takes here would be the simplest, but we'll make sure to do it all with checks. All right, he's got one move. We're gonna go check again. And we're gonna check again. This rook is hanging. Let's check one more time. Let's check one more time. I promise, it's the last check. Like I said, it's the last one. I attack, you resign. That's how things work around here. Well, this turned into a French. I know it started as a Sicilian, but decided to go c3. I'm not really sure what opening we'll land on. In the Sicilian, but I'll try a few different ones. Obviously, the Mora is going to be a fan fave. But if they decline the Mora with d3, we don't exactly get the open position we want. But yeah, the French with the pawn on e5. I mean, if he castled, I was just going to have my bishop here ready to attack, but he just kind of went crazy in the opening, so it wasn't much of a game there. All right, for now, I'm going to stick with e4, e5, and hey, hello, how are you doing? Queen h5. Well, the only reason I'm able to play these moves so fast is because I've played them before. Right? We had a game that mirrored this almost identically. Queen's, oh, not even going to drop back to f3. Interesting. So he's going to go here, and I guess he's going to play knight f3 and just go from there. Okay, so he's kind of staying controlled here. I see how it is. Go d5. I mean, obviously the bishop g7 move kind of makes sense because I played g6, so it's a little bit tough to refuse that. But you know, if he's really gonna give me the opportunity to play in the center, I think I'll take it. It's nice to have the position a little more open, so I can play moves like bishop e6, queen d7, maybe a castle, because I'm expecting him to go there. Yeah, he plays this. It's a nice move. So I'm going to have to work a little bit here in order to castle queenside. I'm quite sure that he's going to do this. If bishop e6, I fall victim to knight g5. So as I said, we're going to have to work a little bit here to castle in the other direction. Either h6 or queen up. Okay, some pressure on this pawn. Doesn't feel good. Probably going to play queen d6 and castle next. And then hopefully we get a game with opposite sides castling. I haven't seen much of this move, but I already know that it's the right instinct from my guy here. So Shout out to him for that. Let's see. Takes. I mean, that looks good enough. Knight takes, maybe takes here, so let's do it and see. Not the one I expected. I'm gonna say, see where he's coming from here. Oh, okay. I mean, he's got this move, but in that exchange, though, I picked up multiple pieces. So he's only gonna get one of them back here. I don't think that's gonna be enough. Go back into the center. Yeah, lots of ways to do it, but I think this one makes the most sense. So yeah, the knight will obviously come to c3. We'll have to move our queen, but I think that's kind of it in terms of how scary this is. I think that's it. I'm up a piece here. I'm still going to castle long for the spirit of the series here. Absolutely. Bishop there. Okay, we'll get castled. Unnecessary for sure. Always safer to castle same side as your opponent when you've already got the advantage of a piece, but have to stay consistent here. I'm nothing if not consistent. I would expect this. I mean, that looks like a good place to start. Alright, so we know what he's up to here. Knight c5 is a serious threat. This move hits the knight, also maybe intends knight c2, and clears the d file so that we're hitting the queen there. So I like this move. Yeah, he didn't really latch onto this. Even if rook c7, bishop f4, we can just take. So I think we can get away with this. I'm going to take it. Okay, and knight takes. We'll trade the queens, so not a bad option. But it will return one of my pieces, which I'm not thrilled about. I think we should save this piece once again. Bishop f4, and yeah, to be honest, knight c6 would be the best move there. Attacking just when you're up material is like unnecessary, I would say is the best word for it. Okay, let's take, and you know, when the king's in the corner here, you start to think about those checkmating patterns, like anything on this diagonal that checks the king would actually be mate. So those are the things that I start to look for in these spots. On up, I'll probably move my king. Kind of a safe looking move. Okay, he's gonna go here and attack that. It's good, we'll bring this back. We want to get something like this happening, so let's go here. Probably like, yeah, bishop d5, queen takes. If h3, then I think the same issues persist. like to go here, get something going there. On f3. There's just nowhere for the king to go, so then you can take here and then take here. Always repeat, of course. It's necessary. GG. You must repeat there. If you don't repeat there, then you have a few things to work on. But, you know, anyone playing this opening deserves the punishment. Queen h5, going for the early cheese. Just knight c6, g6, and knight f6, and nothing bad's going to happen to you. Never. Very nice, very nice. Andrew Dedu, thanks for the 50 months. That's a Prime sub as well. Been a long time. Thanks for the support. 1 year from Alexander von Humboldt. Thank you, Alex. 1 year. And Bonsai Gaming. 72 months. Tier 3. It's hardly 72. 69 plus 3. We'll call it that, Bonsai Gaming. Been a while. See bra feels, buddy. So yeah, always looking to punish this wayward queen stuff. Alright, gonna go for the next one. We haven't seen much d4, truthfully. Makes sense, of course. Not gonna see too much of that opening. I'll go like this for now. I've played a few different openings against it. So we're symmetrical right now, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be incredibly boring. Hopefully we can still spice it up a little bit. We're going to go like this for the moment. c6 is just nice to strengthen things there. Just kind of waiting to figure out what this guy wants to do. Like, is he gonna castle? Is he gonna like castle this way? Like, I'm trying to figure out what he's doing. e5 definitely comes to mind, but if he's good, then he'll react with e4, which is admittedly not exactly what we want to do. So I think I'm just going to bite the bullet and play a little bit of a soft move. Because again, I want to know which way he's going to castle. Okay, there we go. He castles kingside. Yeah, e4 is not much I can do to stop it. He really should be playing that move. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. The knight's going to hit the bishop here, so for sure it has to be eliminated. And let's see how feasible it is to get an attack going here. I'm going to start with this move. Certainly not castle into that. Knight f6 can be played, but I want to first stop knight e5. Also stop bishop f4. Okay, he goes knight g5. Not exactly sure if there's a threat. Maybe knight takes e6, but our next move should have them covered. A little bit tough to get an attack going after that, especially because when the queen moves, this knight is just going to go back. I think that, like, when the knight goes to e4, it's like, can't really do that much there. So let's go here. We do want to castle this way. Yeah, queen f3 is not a move that I can easily castle against. Because there's not only this, but also knight f7. So I think we'll just continue like this. If takes, we're going to take back this way and obviously have the open h file, although it's not a, doesn't make a big difference. So I think he is probably interested in this move, but yeah, moves like this would all be, every single one of these moves would be good. I don't think he can make a mistake here. We have an open h file. That's quite literally all we have. Yeah, I did expect him to want to go here. We're going to take. And I think we're going to get castled here. So yeah, d4 always tough to make something happen. Rook h5 I really like. Yeah, there's maybe a chance to double, but it also watches over the center of the board and maybe like b4, b5 as well. So I do like that. This feels like an all-around useful move. Okay, it goes here. I have an option to give a check there. I'm probably going to take it. Like, I think I'm going to do it, but it's on the riskier side. But bishop e7, bishop here. I mean, it's good, but doesn't look like much. So let's go here and maybe play g5 after. g5. Yeah, he can always go g3, but we can take. There, he can go queen there, g3, but yeah, you have to feel that there shouldn't be enough there. It's nice to be able to retreat this like to f4. Okay, he does play g3. I didn't really think this move was playable, so let's start by taking it. So I think if we play rook takes, maybe he could play king there, and yeah, rook takes here. I know king there is mate, but technically he could go here, and then queen takes queen g2, so it's not completely over. And because it's not completely over, I'm wondering, like, is there a better way to take that? I still don't think so. Because queen takes g3 first, then there's still queen, yeah, there's still queen g2. So let's start with this. See what he wants to do. I see this is not the answer. Well, that's too bad. Yeah, king g1. It's a really weird move, king g1. I can't lie. Like, to be nowhere near your pawn, but you had to realize that the pawn was going down anyway, so you can't save it. Yeah, so we're definitely going to take. He should go king g1 there. And then instead of queen takes, I was probably either going to double or just play rook takes and then play rook h8, something like that. And we don't have like forced mate or anything, but it looks pretty damn good. So yeah, I think black has pretty good attacking chances. And hey, we concocted an attack out of nowhere, right? This was the position. I liked rook h5 as a move, but yeah, after that, we didn't have any serious attacking prospects, but, you know, this definitely created some. G5, maybe some, like, G4, but he kind of created it for us by playing G3. Very nice. All right, certainly E4. Give me those open positions. All right, I think this is the first time we've really seen someone like kind of not take not take the knight, which is, I won't say unusual. Most of the time they take, and our pieces get in there. So now I'm trying to think, you know, what kind of line we want to play here. I think I'm gonna take this one and play E5. These might get a little bit imbalanced. I'm not sure. I'm still trying out a bunch of different openings. I'll probably be using like different openings against different rating ranges. You know, the Scotch is not necessarily going to be the best way to try to get opposite sides castling at higher ratings. Okay, knight here. I mean, shout out to the theory god here. 696. He really knows what's up here. Holy smokes. Bishop A6. He's rated 700. He's played 7 moves of theory. So surely he's going to mess up on the next move. That's the only way I can interpret this information. He doesn't have the next move in him. No way. We can call this sort of like an intermediate move because it's a check, so we still don't really know whether he has it or not. So I'm just gonna go knight d2, and this is the move where he's got to show us. It all comes down to this. Knight e7. This guy might have the sauce. We might be officially going down here to the theory from the 696. Could be happening. Well, I'll go ahead and put my bishop and queen. I'm ready for you, bud. That's all I gotta say. I'm ready. So maybe he will castle long? I don't know, because if he wants to castle short, I think it's pretty clear he's got to do something like this. The easiest thing to come to terms with. What's the catch with this speed run? Is it not obvious? Do I have to explain it to you? Oh, I thought I was making it pretty obvious. The catch with this speedrun is, well, I'm just playing normal chess, but I'm wearing a black hoodie. You've probably seen a similar speedrun idea from Hikaru. Decided to try it out myself. Oh, man. These guys aren't even resigning against me. They're just abandoning the game. Damn. Well, I mean, I had an okay position, I felt like, but feels like the guy just, like, woke up, got the Vaseline and Kleenex, went over to Chessable, cranked out 7 moves, 8 reps of 7 moves, headed over to chess.com, cranked out the whole variation, and then left. That was enough. soon as those 7-8 moves expired, he didn't stay logged in for too long. Well, you know, he got good practice, good reps in on the 8 moves, so to each their own. You know, he displayed his knowledge. All right. Gonna play the next game here, potentially for 700. Let's see if we get a, you know, knight g5 gang or more slow, measured approach here. Yeah, we do see d3. Nice to see, nice to see. Let's see what he wants to do. Castle, knight c3. Okay, there's the bishop. Mm-hmm. We want this. So, knight here, I think then we're going to play g5. I'm happy to play g5 when I see h3, and also, as you guys know, the theme of the series, not really going to be just castling. Yeah, so this move's coming in. I think we're going to play g5. Trying to ready myself for a potential long castle. I think bishop here. Don't know why not. Ooh. Okay, that move definitely gets me excited about moves like bishop b4. But queen here, Well, I think we can start with this. I'm interested in seeing the guy castle. If I castle right away, I feel like he might do this in castle. So I'm kind of waiting for him. I think almost no matter what, I'll play knight d4 next. He feels the g5 pawn is like breathing down his neck. He's like, no, dude, I'm not castling kingside. I ain't that stupid. So I feel like he's trying to go this way. So we're gonna wait and see. But I think he has to go queen d2. So now, like, if double pawns happen, there's no way he's castling short. So I think we can almost guarantee he's going to be going queenside. But he's kind of weak on the queenside as well, so. Perfect. That's what I like to see. Although this is tempting, nothing's more tempting than the best move in the position. It's a shame, you know, we don't get to fully attack. I'm going to take with the pawn, castle this way. I mean, are you attacking yourself here? I feel like he's going to checkmate himself. Okay, thanks. I mean, Look, happy to work together here. We don't have to be opponents in this game. Nice to team up with you, my friend. GG and a big 700. Woo. Good game. The cooperative Calvin there. Yeah, E5 has been going decent for us. Scripted. Come on now. Today is a new day. That was yesterday. Hello, sir.
Hey, man.
Here for the big 700 celebration?
Yeah, yeah. Would you like some M&Ms to celebrate?
Okay. Sure, I'll have one M&M. Just one.
For every 100 points.
Yep, one M&M. Every point was worth it.
Hey, Sphinxy. Hey, Tim. Hey, Hybe. Hey, Lolly. Hey, Brian. Hey, Fish on Fish. Evany level 10. Any Evany, trying to push some Evany, DLs on.
Usually I can tell if they're in chat.
Two people made it to 1 million power. That's still pretty impressive.
Incredible.
That's so I don't know who they are.
Like true beasts.
But yeah.
Yeah, can usually tell. Like guys just give off level 10 Evany energy. What was that opening, T. Pedersen, that you were talking about? Not really playing any openings, like, guaranteed in this series, so would be open to trying, but often it's a little too many moves to, like, try to force. Is that right, Fish? But what about Zoom? Isn't he isn't he the prime example of someone who could be a level 10 Evany guy? I feel like Zoom Kerchoo's just energy is made for Evany. Yeah, T. Pedersen, but what is it? You get hooked fast, eh, Zoom? Well, the nice thing is you can stop at, keep level 10. You have an end goal in mind. With things like CS or chess, like the goals seem infinite and infinite and infinite, but the nice thing about Evany Zoom is you have a cutoff. You can play it on those browser emulators Zoom, but for the purposes of our campaign, no. It would be a mobile game and you'd need to get it downloaded on mobile. So, exclamation mark Evany, and then you'd click the link from your phone and then, yeah, get it from the App Store, etc. There's the Russo gambit. E45, knight f3, knight 6, bishop c4, f5. Ugh. So, the reason I'm probably not going to do things like that there, D. Pedersen, is, well, I'm not really trying to play, like, nonsense gambits in this. Like, I'm trying to teach you guys how to attack, but I think most people's perception of that is play a crazy gambit and sack pieces by 10 moves. I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying just get your pieces developed in the first 10 moves. And then you'll be set up perfectly for an attack in the middle game if you try to castle opposites. So, not really looking to pick up any crazy openings. In fact, against E4, I've been playing E5. D4, I've been playing D5. Just because you start the games like that doesn't mean you can't still play with an attacking mindset throughout the game. No, it wouldn't count on the web there, Zoom. The goal of the campaign from their perspective is definitely to get mobile signups and downloads. I guess so, agility. A little bit of that. But, you know, a little bit more of an aggressive mindset than habits. Yeah, we don't play the Scandi here. We hate on the Scandi around here. We've done our fair share of hating already in the series. But we'll take the 700 for now. You know, it's something. I'm just going to take a very short break post 700 celebration. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Hope you guys have been enjoying the series. And I think it'll start to get the most interesting once we get out of the guys who just play like bishop c4, queen h5. But I always wanted to include those in the series because there's a lot of people rated 400 to 800 that I feel like could still benefit from that. So I always like to include it, but objectively, the openings from our opponents will get better, and then the attacking chess will be a little bit more focused on the middle game, and you know, launching a pawn storm, stuff like that. But right now, we're mostly just punishing mistakes from our opponents. I'll be back in a few minutes. Just a short break. Hello there. Didn't even refill my water. Gotta hydrate. How's everybody doing? I'm debating. I'm debating another 100 points. What do we think? I'm debating. Haven't made my decision yet. Needs to be an energy-based decision. Pieces and punts votes marbles. Hey, I'm surprised that there weren't more votes for that. M Spacefarer says 100 more. Estimal's very happy with the new series. Thank you, Estimal. A lot of votes for 100 more. Well, how about we make everyone happy and do neither? Let's just say we start with a modest goal of 50 more. Just something, meet in the middle. Stay modest here. Who knows if it'll turn into 100? Who knows if we don't get 50? Keep it open-ended. Fish? Always the plan. Gotta make sure I'm not overthrown as Alliance leader. Oh, thanks, Tommy J. Far nicer comments from that Tommy than ones I'm used to. All right, let's go again here. We're at 700. Let's see if we can get a few more here. We're playing 5-minute games. We'll see if our opponent's openings get a little bit more solid so that they make it out of the opening without dropping pieces and getting checkmated quickly. Then we'll start to see more of the attacking concepts in the middle game. Always E4, knight F3. I feel like that's been good so far. But as we, get up the ranks here, people are going to stop taking this knight on D4. F6. Well, I've gone over something. I've said it time and time again. When I see F6, I'm putting a bishop on that diagonal immediately. Always a great feeling. Oh, here we go. Another great feeling for me. Queen D5 will threaten checkmate there. Queen D3, pretty good move. I'm between both of them. Queen D5 I think I like a little bit more, mainly because I don't see knight F6 happening, and knight E7 won't be possible if he wants to keep F7 defended. So I would say I would normally lean Queen D3 here, but in this particular case, even if he plays Queen E7, he can't play Bishop E6, and he can't really play these knight moves, so I'll play the more aggressive option right here, and Bishop F4 castles, Rook E1 afterwards. We're getting yet another situation where I feel like a lot of moves are going by. We're almost out of the opening from my end, at least. Like, I'm about to go here. And I have all the pieces developed, and my opponent hardly does. Okay, well, knight E7. Obviously, we're going to go for Queen F7. Now the important part. Now the important part. Where's my win? Definitely for choice here. Definitely for choice. We have Bishop E6. We have Queen E6. Bishop f4. I would say the move that will win me the game the quickest will be knight d5 followed by bishop b5 checkmate. I can promise you that. So that's just if we want to win the game the quickest. Apart from that, I would say bishop f4 and long castle to immediately get threatening that pawn. Yeah, that would probably do it there. That would probably do it. But knight d5 just so strong with bishop b5 as a threat that yeah, it's impossible not to play this. Even queen e8 doesn't work. Like at this point you have to play this. And queen e8 was the move I was expecting from him and just kind of crazy, but bishop b5, there's no way out. You got to punish each and every one of the f6 or f3 players. Not a good move to include it in your openings. Certainly not in e4, e5. They deserve all the punishment they get. Every last bit of it. All right, 8:39 here, so we're playing way up now. I'm expecting a more solid opening from our opponent, so let's see what we get here. Okay, here we go. c3. What was I just saying? This is already, I guess, a little bit more of a thematic type of opening. He wants to just play d4. How should we fight against this? Okay. Gonna play some really slow moves. Very slow. Okay, these don't do that well against the knight, but obviously we can't do that just yet. So I'm going to start with the queen. Takes feels like we're maybe briefly surviving. G4, knight there. I mean, that doesn't feel right. Plus, here at the moment, there's queen a4 or queen b5, so it's not really something we can do quite yet. So I feel like I'll start with g4, just see how he wants to deal with that. I like this move by him. Like, I think that's the right kind of move to do. I'm going to go here. I have this weird feeling that he's interested in knight f5, which definitely definitely an interesting move. Tricky, though. Very tricky. I really like the way he's playing. I wouldn't say knight f5 is going to stand out to him just yet. Like, it's still knight f5 takes rook on e1 kind of hanging. So, yeah, love the way that he's handling the position so far. Long castle is just, I mean, I'd give up a lot to long castle here. But we just can't really move this bishop without not really a way to do it. So I just have a feeling we're not going to manage long castling here. So as a result, I think we have to switch to a different plan. And knight e5 looks reasonable. Might be a way to get long castle, but I think we'll go more direct. So let's hit the bishop. Guess we might see this. Knight f5, still always a move. But yeah, expected that, and we do see it. I'm gonna take it. I mean, getting the dark square bishop off is a small achievement for me, I feel like. Getting castled here, there's knight g6 all the time. Still, this move exists. Rook is hanging, but I mean, it exists because white can kind of throw that in. And yeah, for some reason, I was quite sure that we would see this, but maybe it's not as bad as you might think. Maybe it's playable, folks. I can see it working. Okay, he goes bishop f7. So what's the material count here? That's what I'd like to know. Because remember that this technically can't be taken. So his next move is, it has to be this. And I don't know if I'm seeing it. He might have given up a little too much material. So I feel like king f8 is the sort of obvious way to start. King d7 comes to mind, though. Definitely. The only reason I like king f8 is because then I'm threatening the bishop. Like, I'm threatening to play queen takes bishop. So king d7, definitely, but yeah, I feel like king f8 to threaten the bishop is a little bit more secure. And yeah, takes here, we're just gonna take like this to guard my rook. And have I been counting properly? I think I'm up one here, like one piece. We got an extra one somehow in that crazy exchange. I didn't want to play queen takes f7 because he would do the exact same thing, and then I've got 1, 2, 3 pieces hanging. Didn't like the look of that. He takes. I suppose we're gonna take back. Knight in here looks annoying enough that feels like we should probably move, but we'll go like this. Slide the queen over. Maybe some pressure there. Nice that queen takes. We have bishop takes d5. Meanwhile, there's a threat on f2. Another very nice move. Knight f4. Might have been some type of queen takes on c7 kind of threat. So I guess yeah, we're just gonna bring the pieces over. Feels like that wasn't the play. Just get the king off this weird diagonal. Oh, it's playing a little bit too quick here. Start this. I think once we take this off, life becomes a little bit easier. He's only got a queen now, so yeah, we just want to take there. Check. And I suppose like a trade would be the easiest, but queen on. We're playing our attacking chess. Very high energy player. I mean, you can tell we're in the big leagues now. Nice to get a bishop 8 in there. GG. Good game, good game. Very high energy player. Like, you know, I feel like he would be a very dangerous opponent for most people at this level, especially if he had played 1 or 2 better moves in here. Like, we were being a little bit greedy with our moves. Knight f5 was probably ill-timed, wasn't his best move there, but his general energy was all placed in the right spot, you know? Yeah, even knight here, opening the center with d4. So the only, I guess, part of this series that is going to be a little bit not reflective of maybe the objective best moves is when I have to make decisions to try to get my king castled on the other side in a position where it's not really supposed to be. So I'd have to switch up some of the openings in order to get more comfortable queenside castles. Because, yeah, here he did a good job of not really letting it happen. And then, yeah, this was ill-advised, but pretty good game from him, I gotta say. All right. E4. Always. Okay, it goes D6, so I feel like taking the center will be the right idea. Okay, let's see how he's going to play. Normally, it would be something like this. Well, against the Pierts, I think, you're going to get this setup out of me pretty much every time. No problems there. Takes. I think we'll take this way. Taking that way is a little more solid, but taking this way allows for pieces to push him around a little bit. Some pushing and shoving. F6 is usually the next move. I will. How do I keep that queenside castle energy? It's the most important thing. I'll just start with a boring move. It's very hard to be objective about the position, but also try to keep queenside castling. So I think what I'd like to go for is a position where maybe he even takes this bishop, but we get the castling we want. Yeah, I was going to go here. Trying to get this. Trying to make it happen. Because yeah, I would say most of the time, just even short castling, you still get a lot of good stuff, like a good attack with short castle. But I'm really working here to get my king on the other side. Okay, a6 is a move that you always love to see. Love to see in openings like this, just because it's slow. It is a slow move. Is long castle forced in this speedrun? I wouldn't say forced, but in general, where possible, I try to make an effort to castle on the opposite side of my opponent to imbalance the position the most. But you can definitely still attack with no queens on the board, with same side castling. It's always possible. Okay, we're going to get castled here. And he's played this, and he still can't even play b5. So I feel like bad things are looming. All right. Well, h3 feels, I don't know about forced, but it feels like a move, all right. Let's just keep it simple. I suppose we could take here, but something feels pretty nice about this bishop in the middle. And I assume he's going to go knight e7 to d5. Okay, that move, definitely happier to see. take. This one would be a little bit crazy, so we know that he's going to take like that. Already d5 becomes a very desirable move here. And I think g4 next, so that we can maybe slide the queen over to h3. But it's nice because now we have a very good position in the center of the board as well. So it feels like I can go all in on the attack, but I can also win in the center of the board too. Rook h7 feels maybe a little bit much. Yeah, a little bit too much. When knight g5 is a perfectly acceptable move, but does open things up. It's quite tempting. I think it might work with e6 first. Yeah, I think it could work with e6 first. So takes. Yeah, it'll be very close though. It's not the most obvious. So here. And I mean, don't need to bother calculating moves like this or this. Yeah, and this is where I was like a little unsure, but I think we start with e6. Just so that when we go here, we also have not just check, but also queen takes g7 now. So this seems like a big enough threat he has to react to. Now when we go here, it's a little bit different than before. Not only do I have the open f-file where the king's going to be, but I also have checkmate. So if I had started with this, I don't know, maybe he could play knight takes d5, queen h7, king f8, and I might be winning there, but I think I have to do a bit of work. Now queen h7 has like knight e6 after, it has bishop, it has rook f1. So all the pieces are, everyone's working here. And yeah, bishop takes bishop. Exactly, we have just checkmate there. So he goes here, it's not really going to help his case, obviously, with knight takes e6 in the air, so he's definitely lost here, but I think it's possible that it's not even worth it for me to do this when perhaps queen h7 could win the game here. Queen h7, knight f5 looks like, you know, it's just trying to barely hang on there. Yeah, takes. Rook f1, no. Takes, queen h8, king e7, takes, king d6, pawn takes. But is anything really going to be better than this? No. I'll probably end up winning his queen in most of the lines, so let's do this. Start with check here. I don't really know how he's going to stop this. Yeah, I mean, it was a good defensive attempt, but GG. Very tough to stop what we were up to there. GG. I feel like rook h7 is the right, it's right around here though where, if rook h7 works, great, but ultimately I kind of lean into rook h7 because I've done everything right from the attacking perspective. I've got my king castled. I've got a huge center, which affords me lots of space. Got an open line to the king. I feel like all my pieces are kind of placed pretty well. Maybe my king is the only piece I'd like to improve. But yeah, rook h7 I think is, if not the best move, definitely the right kind of move, and it's strong, so I feel like it's good enough. And yeah, e6. Only move to actually continue here. E6. Like, yeah, there's other moves playable, but e6 is the only one that actually keeps the advantage. Yeah, g4 is good to open up the h-file. So you look at his position, and it's like he didn't make too many mistakes. Kind of brought the rook in, but he was slow with a6, rook b8, e6, knight e7. He wasted like 5 or 6 moves where, yeah, that'll make a big difference. What's going on e6, f6? Just, I could probably still play queen queen h3. So some lines that I was planning were like queen h3 takes, and then rook h1, with the idea being like queen h7, queen f7, and then there's still this bishop hitting it. So yeah, you can take and rook h1. Yeah, I just didn't really see an answer to this threat with the bishop also on c3. So well, it doesn't really make sense to focus on that, Sam, because I think short castle is a good move in this line, but I'm making an extra effort in this speed run to castle long, so I had to do a few gymnastics to make sure I was able to do that without losing everything. I think short castle makes the most sense most of the time, especially because you just walk onto an open F file. All right, e4. Switch it up a little bit and play c5. I've played c5 a few times already, but I always like to play this particular one because most people love to play bishop c4, and you know the amount of people that just hang their bishop to c4 is very high, or you know they go back here and happy to take my extra space and slightly better position. Hitting that pawn, that definitely e3 can be played. Knight there, then you know I'll take the material. Other things to do, but I'll take it. Rook e1, develop and defend the piece. Although it doesn't look like we can castle too safely in this line, I think we'll be able to still have a pretty good position. H3. Okay, well, let's bring this bishop out of harm's way and also make an attack on the knight. I also really enjoy that d4 could be met by c4 in the future. And I don't like this move coming in next, so I think I'm going to play d6. d4, c4 is kind of nice. And bishop here will have knight d7 as an answer. I know this knight can be taken. It looks very tempting, but with my position, I'm not sure I want to give away my bishop. This guy hopefully is going to be a difference maker there. Okay, let's stick with the knight. So our king, I think, is relatively stable in the center. Probably have to play a move like e5 soon. He's targeting d6. I will definitely be able to defend it. But he's piling some pressure. Okay, he goes bishop b2. It might be time to stress him out a little bit with a move like g5. The only like big downside to g5 is fortunately that. So I think long castling is slightly too ambitious for me here. So I'm just going to bring the rook in. But I'm definitely not going to be castling kingside here, or depends what he does. But more like g5, rook g8. Because I've got h3 in the position, which means g5, g4 is going to be... it's going to be really nice. He's going to have to take, or I'm going to take him. Something's going to happen there. Yeah, he needs something to do. These moves look good because it's like opening something. G5, there's knight G4, so it might not be the best move at the moment. So yeah, let's hop one of our pieces in there. Maybe this one. Yeah, okay, let's bring the bishop back. Guard this so we can move the knight. No sense in hanging a pawn for no reason. But yeah, I want to do this, but it looks like his last move kind of works against that. Wow, he takes. Okay, I'm going to take this way. Bishop takes looks tremendous, but I want to use the open G file. H5 looks nice, but I prefer almost F5. The only issue is queen D4. So yeah, let's go for this. Okay, just things are converging on squares. I wouldn't say that there's serious threats just yet, but some stuff is happening. 94 next, maybe. Okay, he finally makes what I would call a pretty good move here. Like, in the sense that he's actively trying to get his pieces going, and that's what you should be doing. So, credit to him for that. But I think at this point, we're kind of ready to abandon that side of the board. Focus elsewhere. However, easier said than done, because, you know, b4, he's going to take. He's right to get that counterplay that he's going after. Put it that way. So yeah, definitely here. I think we'll bring the knight into the center. There's queen there. Might not be the best move. I really do like king f8. Just as a get the heck out of the way kind of move. It has a good feeling. I know I'm not going to castle anywhere. Literally illegal, so... This is a strange move there. Rook g6. There is no knight takes f5, so I'm not immediately worried about that. But yeah, definitely like knight e4. Okay, he's all in on a pawn that he still can't take. How annoying is that? Finally, time to bring the knight in, I think. The only move that would have been a little bit smarter would be bishop f6 first. But our point was more to go knight c3 and bishop takes f3. So I think we're going to be able to manage that. Well, g2 is defended by two things, so playing queen c6, he's just going to move his knight or something. And I don't think we're doing enough there. Okay, we're obviously losing a6, but I feel like the guy's worked hard enough that he deserves the a6 pawn. F4 looks like it's probably the move. Just want to disrupt and dislodge the pieces that are near the king. Here, then I don't really have bishop takes g2, so I think I'll probably continue with it now, followed by f3. It's a nice tactical theme. Just want to expose the king here. Yeah, d5 looked nice, of course, but I'd rather not have the knight go back and defend things. I'm looking to just go for the mate rather than just take the material here, so d5. Yeah, winning some nice material. I can't lie, but I feel like this will be the KO finish. Yeah, once this happens, the mate threats really start to just appear out of nowhere. Okay, wow, knight takes d6. Well, let's go here and... Knight e2 threatens rook g1 mate. I actually don't really want to allow this. This one looks convincing. He wasn't even here. All I had to do was make a legal move. Yeah, the Sicilian, I think, definitely gave us a few more attacking chains. The Sicilian's definitely an opening where you can kind of keep your king in the middle a lot of the time, especially if they're not going for d4, and he pretty much never did this game. So we're able to just leave the king on e8 pretty comfortably, I can't lie. Dinkmith, thanks for the 7-month resub. Kingly Bingley for 24 months, and Camarine in 17 months. Welcome back, all. All right, e4. We're playing a Tim here. We're gonna stick with what works, at least for now. d4, knight takes, queen takes. People love to attack the queen here. But yeah, just weakens the position. Okay, queen takes g7 is... It's begging to be played. Absolutely begging. Queen to f6, and he's... What is he going to do? Is he going to force a queen trade there? Am I walking into forced queen trade? I mean, I can leave my queen on the board after queen g4 there, but feels like he's up to something. Now, we can't possibly trade queens in this line. And the thing is, this is the best move in the position as well. Oh, my opponent has offered me a draw. Is this Tim? Is this Tim in disguise? Mout P, thanks for the 32 months. Definitely considering the draw offer here. I'm considering it. JS Quintana, it's a nice idea. Bishop h6. I feel like queen takes and queen c1 could be a problem. Could work, but that could be something I'm actually looking to avoid. A little too fancy, maybe. Alright. We're not going to let people play bad openings against us and get away with it. So we're going to play the principled way. He wants to play this, by all means. There's no way we can let people get away with bishop d6 against us. Nope, we have to make a statement, make a stand. Teach him that bishop d6 is unplayable. I'll take that pawn. At some point I'll probably play d4, but certainly to start off, I think e4 is the way to go. Queen e7. Help. Send help. Alright. Gotta just, like, close your eyes and Let him show me. Just let him show me. Okay, he's showing me and I'm still smiling. I'm still happy. All right. Well, definitely a quick win there. But bishop d6, no. I won't stand for moves like that. I gotta take that pawn, out of principle. Get that stuff out of here. Get it out of here. I attack, you resign. That's how it goes. All right, we're both rated 749 here. Only one of us can hit 750. There's only room for one of us here. Bishop g4, A. I mean, taking on e5 is a little bit like... I mean, you can do this, but... I mean, the queen trade is just incredible for me. So even though we would be trading queens there, certainly don't mind it. Hey, look, I get to threaten Scholar's Mate, except I get to do it without all the bad things about usually threatening Scholar's Mate. What a privilege. Right, he's brought his queen out early. In general, I would have probably played this move anyway, but I'm going to play it now, certainly because I just don't want to trade queens with him. Yeah, he goes here. There isn't really a bishop g5 move to play. Here, he might throw in bishop c5. So maybe bishop e3 first. Because I really want to castle long. That's the thing. Knight c3 is it's the better move. So I'm going to go here. Very hard to imagine a different move than this being played, but okay, he goes c6. A good one. Knight d5 was a pretty strong idea there. Bishop e3. And I think we want to castle long here. It's what must be done. We're getting set to attack here, folks. After a move like knight here, it simply begs the response. It just begs the response. It's what had to be played. It's what must be done. There was only one option. And he backed me against the wall, and queen b5 was necessary. We've got some options here, I think it's fair to say. We've got some options. Knight d5 is looking good. It's looking good. Bishop c5 first. If he's smart, he'll like really run away. Trying to find the, because remember, here, we want rook d7, so we take here. He could go queen d6 and escape. Is he less likely to do that? Or if we take here first and go knight there, will he play this? So I feel like at that point, he might think to run away. So I'm trying to, I think we should start this way. It would definitely, take a strong-willed person to put that king on the d file there. That's for sure. So now we go here, and I think we've created a situation where it's the most likely that he just takes it back. But we'll see. He's only got one move here. He's probably wondering why we didn't take the queen. But we didn't take the queen because we didn't need the queen. All we needed was this knight, this bishop, and this rook. Yeah, not a bad one for 750 there. Certainly take that. Like I said, only one of us could cross 750. It was it's an unfortunate time for us to meet in the pool. I mean, it had to be queen b5. I'm not saying it was the best move, but I'm saying it was the best move. And then, yeah, the minor pieces and rook just walk all over him here. Nice finish. All right, that game inspired me to go for more. Bishop c4. The nice thing about this move is any type of coordination that people are trying to have on f7 just is not happening. Maybe queen takes for me. Nope. Okay. e5 isn't even happening. So yeah, these pieces are just not coordinating. It's not happening. I'm going to make sure to take that bishop off the board here. I'm not going to win it. Well, I might if he goes here, but if he goes there, it's not about winning the piece. It's just take the center. This is a pretty good example. I'm going to win the pawn back here, but I would probably do this move regardless. Yes, he can win this pawn. We can take here. Going to get really, really good compensation. Shall we go here and see what he wants to do? Rook b8's a fun move to play. Taking this, though, makes total sense. Start with this. Yeah, again, we're on like move 10, and as is the theme with these lower rated players, they almost always just have their queen developed. It feels like such a simple thing to fix. Just don't do it. They just keep doing it. It just keeps happening. Bishop here. Yeah, queen a6, we would go to b5. I think this is definitely the move, but go here for now. This move traps the queen, so he needs to react to that. He doesn't, so I think we'll go here. He has some kind of almost coordination on f7. I think that's all it is. Almost coordination. Not quite there yet. But yeah, he finally moves his first non-queen, or gets his first non-queen piece developed. I mean, he developed the bishop earlier, but it didn't last long. But it was like move 11 when he finally did it. Now, very nicely done. Credit where credit's due, finding what I would say is the best way to play the position. And after knight takes, we'll just make sure to take the pawn because the knight would be trapped there. But interesting, he doesn't take the material, he goes back. Okay. Alright. Knight takes, maybe he castles here. This would be a little bit more normal. Definitely going to play c4. Not only does it watch that a little bit, but there is bishop to c5. We're going to take en passant. And yeah, it'd be very hard to imagine a different checkmate than h5, h4. Let's go here. But yeah, knowing your checkmate patterns helps here, because, I mean, I look at the position and all I see is like pawn here, knight g3. So we'll see if something like that happens. Speaking of patterns, this looks like it could be another good one. Like if he takes, you know, using the knight and queen against a king is always something we dream of doing. Knight here, hey, like I said, credit to him. Knight here is about as good as it could get. I'll play h5, but he's done a good job defending. I'm less interested in like taking and winning the game outright. I'm going to show a few patterns that might be useful here. But he's so far done a good job defending them. He moves back instead of maybe the only move, b4 in the position. And king here. I don't think there's like mate on the spot. But there's definitely a lot of good stuff to be played here. So he'll probably take this pawn to cover this next turn, which is why we're still thinking. How do we make it happen here? I'll push for now. Definitely a lot of things that would have happened there. Is it possible we get him in a position where he feels compelled to resign? It's I attack, you resign. And surely now, you know, finding a backwards knight move that's not a capture, there we go. That's more difficult now. Sicilian, in fact, our Sicilian works really well because tons of people like to do this little e4, bishop c4 thing, and it's very easy to counter with this. And then queen h5, queen f3 is just never a threat. So that's why I always like this as well. Redson, thanks for the 56 months. Let's continue. All right, maybe another Sicilian. See how he wants to play. We like this. Wonder if he's going to do that. He started with knight c3, so it is a little bit different. We're waiting for the arrival of this bishop. You know you want to. Okay. So I like this because I feel like it's easy to launch some kind of attack against the king. White almost always castles kingside, especially in closed Sicilian positions. So yeah, bishop out. Nice pawn structure here. Knight f6 is like the... Yeah, let's go knight c6. I think the knight moves are like, yeah, I'm not up to anything. Don't mind me. Just chilling. Until you realize. Let's go queen here. It looks like I'm basically preparing castling. Okay, so it's very clear to me that he wants to cycle that bishop around. Knight here is a great move because it'll be very tempting for him to take, which, I don't know, it gives me some g-file hope. And the dark squares will be significantly weaker. And b3. I think it'll be difficult for me to find a better looking move than using the open file I just earned for myself. So here we go. Okay. Well, I think we all know that we're about to win this knight here. Give me that. Give me that. Oh, wow. What a guy. That's an impressive move there. The French. They're tricky. Now, it's not like my queen is threatened here, so I don't think we need to react immediately. F5 looks kind of nice. I assume we'll see the king move, because who doesn't want to threaten my queen for real? E5. Oh no. E5. Jeez, I mean, I thought I would have to work harder to earn a move like that. I feel like taking this with just about anything would be acceptable. Even bishop takes to take with the knight, and this is fine, of course. Leaving my queen here because it's not attacked, and if I retreated, then he might have bishop f3, so keeping that square controlled. And if he plays f3 himself, he's definitely going to get hurt by a move like rook takes g3. Okay, well, bishop takes c3 is is possible here. I think we're going to go for bishop d4, though. This move threatens the pawn. I'm feeling like he almost has to play rook back, and then I could play rook takes g3, and using this pin and this long-range bishop, we're going to manage the successful attack here. Yeah, he does have to go back, and then yeah, we get a nice finish here. But the Sicilian will give you attacking prospects like that. As soon as he played bishop takes f6, it's like, use the g-file, use the dark squares, we brought the queen in, the bishop on d6. f5 was crucial to try to leverage the long diagonal opening up. And then, yeah, all the pieces work together. King is very safe in the middle of the board, actually. And we get a nice win there. e4. Okay, I guess we'll stay with the same type of idea, like just e4, knight out. Yeah. There's no bishop c5, so I'm not that scared of whatever he's up to. He goes pawn here, which already tells me he's probably going to lose the game pretty quickly. Just my initial assessment. e6 is not a move that you like to play. So what can we do here? And knight d5, queen back. Do we go like all in or just a little bit in? Because knight b5, knight a6 is not anything that special. Yeah, maybe we don't do anything too weird. I'll just go like this. I feel like check, you would be able to meet that pretty nicely. So let's just not do anything too fancy. Definitely think we had some other options there, but I will basically stick to the script of bishop out, yeah, queen out, long castle. He's only got pawns. This is another example of move 10, move 11, and he's going to have like 0 pieces developed. None. I think we can do this one. Queen e7. I think we might play knight, maybe knight d5. Whoa, Anna! There's a massive raid. 16, 18. More than double my rating right now. Thank you very much, Anna and co and raiders. I'm doing a new speedrun, new series here. The theme, very generally speaking, is attacking chess, but slightly more specifically, I'm trying to castle on the opposite side of my opponent, if I can. My opponent can't castle here, so we have the liberty of choice. Feels good. I really appreciate the raid. Trying to push up to 800 here. Thank you very much, Anna. But the one thing about this series is I'm not trying to create some impression that we're here to just like sack all our pieces, go absolutely insane, play gambits every game. Like, no, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Trying to teach the more serious fundamentals of attacking chess, which means like you want to make sure you have the initiative, you want to make sure your pieces are developed, all that good stuff. So this is going to be pretty easy for us now. One thing I have maybe steered away from in the early part of this series, but I want to make sure we're clear about is even if you are an attacking player, to be up material and refuse a queen trade or not be looking for them, I think is a real serious fault. And something where even the greatest attacking player can get caught up trying to keep the queen on the board because they just want to mate. It's like, no, if you're up material, trading the queens is basically the best way to win the game. Every single time. Like to see all the Kremlin emotes. Anna C. Raid. Oh. Very nice. Very nice. We welcome your emotes. And your viewership. Alright. Little trade here. Also check, I think we'll step back to block it with bishop d4. But I suspect we'll see rook d8. Yes, we do. Trying to go here. 2 pieces for the rook is not worth it, so that move's not going to be good enough. What's the time control? I'm playing 5-minute games. Yes. A little bit more time for myself and my opponents. Although, people who watch this stream will know that it's definitely for me. I'm hoping that if you're watching this series, you're picking up some easy to play openings. That's the goal. And that's a mating net there. Helpful to know. 2 rooks, 2 pawns like that gets it done. Thank you, Stoic. Appreciate that. All right, very nice, very nice. Let's jump into the next game here and see if we can Let's see if we can play our attacking style. I always like to keep a focus on the development and the initiative. Alright, we see this. Okay, let's go bishop d3. So on moves like d5, we're probably going to play e5. This is a really good structure for attacking, right? Because the bishop's already aimed exactly where you expect the king to go. Make sure you keep your center under control. And c4. We have probably someone who's looking to castle this way, if I had to guess. He played this move, attack my bishop. Oh my goodness. Pawn there. I'm definitely not too scared of that move. I think taking would be the kind of, I guess, obvious move here. Might hold off, though. Just going to go here. Now, if f5, I'm hoping that we get a chance to showcase a few different attacking ideas there, because it looks like it just gets completely closed up, but I think we have a few options. Bishop here, we have e6 just hanging, so we'll have to take. Matt, thanks for the raid. Another one. Another one. Thanks a lot, Matt. All right, we're going to, we're going to grab it. Call me old-fashioned, but a pawn's a pawn. Queen here? No, not going to take. I'm going to go right back. My knight is going to jump into e5. Next move, if he doesn't do anything, yeah. Knight here for sure, I think is the right kind of stuff. That's a big move. There's no castling, so it'll probably be rook here. Yeah, rook here, and then maybe we can play bishop there. Okay, plays queen d6. It's a good move. It is a good move. We can't trade queens, so it's just not part of our series here, not part of anything we're trying to do. Knight f7. Don't blink or you'll miss it. I think he'll end up playing a move that defends it, but slightly unintentionally. Okay, so knight here, we still have to be a little bit mindful. Thank goodness we just got the raid from Moving with Matt. I feel more mindful already. Knight f7. We can take this and go knight f7. b7 is also just hanging, though. Like, it's just sitting there, waiting to be taken. So I think I'm going to go for that. Feel a little more tempted by this move. Because this, I'll win some material, but we'll kind of, like, our queen will get traded and whatnot, so I feel like this is a little bit nicer. Yeah, he takes. Actually going to take here first, eliminate the strong knight. And then after he takes, I could just take back. We could grab the rook. I think I might throw in a bishop g5 check. Trying to get things going as fast as possible. If I'm ever going to cash in some material, then I'm probably going to do it and maybe look to exchange queens. He could keep his bishop, but then I've got this one hanging, and then the rook's still trapped in the corner. And like I said, bishop g5 is still kind of a move here. So if he goes back, we'll retreat and grab this with check. Yes, he can save his bishop, but this rook is still hanging, and I think I'll throw this check in as well. Trying to be quick, decisive. This looks very good. After king there, I'm not sure where the exact finish is. Queen here. He has king c8. Again, it's not completely over. So yeah, I think maybe we'll go for this check. He has to go here. Personally, I'm not like too attached to winning that rook in the corner. I feel like I feel like there's just going to be a mate that happens here. So I'm going to play one of the funnier looking moves you'll never expect. I'm just going to go here, man. Like, here, I'm just going to... I mean, of course I could castle this way and bring a rook to the middle, but I'm just going to bring absolutely every piece into the attack, and it feels like I'll be able to do it with some success. So this one is now hit. And maybe castle. Okay, he does go for that. Yeah, that's it's an attempt. Takes here. We have that, and this is another good try. We'll take this with a check, so the rook doesn't snag our queen or anything like that. And after this one, I know this thing has been hanging for the entire game, but I'm still not ready to take it. Just letting it marinate a bit. We'll end up winning his queen there, and then, finally, after all that, I'll take the rook. I promise you. If this game had continued, I would have taken the rook. But sometimes with the attack, it's just bring more pieces to the party. This is a great structure to know about. Just as an e4 player, you'll see it from time to time in the French. Here we see it, but it's just fantastic for an attack. You have more space. More space means more squares accessible, and less squares accessible to him. Like, he doesn't have knight f6, which means if he ever castles here, we have very good attacking prospects. So this is always a structure that I like to have. And then when he played c4, it's like, yeah, he's got nothing left to do. No more threats. So it always looks easier to, I feel like it always looks easier to attack with the white pieces. I don't know if you guys have that feeling, but when you play white, it's like much easier to play gambit, launch an attack. Feel like you have the initiative. So let's see if we can make anything happen with the black pieces as well. He was quick with that. He couldn't wait. All right, let's do this one because I'm actually thinking more about castling long. Knight d4 is kind of a threat, so assume he'll do that. He doesn't, so now I'll jump in with knight d4. Queen e3 will immediately blunder. And don't need to overthink here. I wonder which way he's going to castle. He's all ready to do that, so maybe he will. Just like this. I don't want to see what he's up to there. Okay, that's a long-range bishop. He sees it, though. Okay, first things first, no castling for you. And then I think queen d7. Okay, if he's going there, maybe queen a5. I thought he was going to go this way. But yeah, we'll set ourselves up for queenside castling here. Rook e8, bishop f5, all of the above. Very difficult for him to deal with here, and the rook comes to e8. Definitely possible to take, but I would say in general, this is like the good habit. Just bring the rook in, pin the knight to the queen. And now all my pieces are working in the attack, so I'm not leaving anyone behind. If you don't see any like immediate threat to your pieces and you're attacking, if there's no big defensive resource about to happen, bring more pieces in. Almost always be correct. If we take, there actually is queen takes, so yeah, we're going to take here with check, and he takes back, we take with the bishop, and all I got to say is good luck, my friend. Good luck to this guy. He decides to end the suffering. I don't blame him. And the game ended in 25 moves, and he actually went from all his pieces at the start to 0. Actually 0 pieces at the end. Only took him 25 moves. Now, I mean, back to our Sicilian. I always like this opening. Does well because a lot of low-rated players play e4, bishop, c4, knight f3. You guys know who you are because you're probably an E4 bishop c4 player watching right now. And I developed this bishop first as opposed to that because in this series I'm playing a bit more attacking chess, so I'm trying to castle the other way. But we're at 794. One more game. I think we can hit the old 800 here. Spacey Jaw, thanks for the 5 months. And Ministry of Repair, thanks for 25. Alright. Well, e4, I've pretty much always gone for the scotch so far, so we'll stick with it. Queen in the center, and he's looking for a trade. We don't love queen trades. So I'll play e5 because we're not about that queen trade in life. I thought he was going to go queen b6, which is normally what they do. Okay, let's continue to take free tempi on the queen. Okay, this is, I'm just going to categorize that under highly irrelevant pawns to lose. So, yeah, if he wants to spend his time taking that, go ahead. Bishop takes f7 and queen takes b4 is definitely a move here. But I'm just going to keep it real simple. Unpin my knight. Maybe a move like knight d5 threatened. I did get him interested in queen takes c2. Man, he is he's playing with fire here. I can't just go queen here, rook b1. It doesn't quite work. I'd like it to work too, but what I think it can do is go rook c1, force him to commit to something like this, or retreat, and now just castle. Because rook here, you can actually take, and I don't have a good way to take back. So I'm actually just going to castle here, but it's move 11. He's got a queen out, one piece, like barely qualifying, and I think rook b1 is a pretty serious move next. So it just looks uncomfortable. Yeah, let's go for this. He's basically going to walk into one of our tactics, I think, because how does he not? Knight b5 is completely crushing. Like, I want to play rook takes b4 and bishop f7. That was the whole purpose of this. But, like, my position is just so good here that I don't even think I have to. Like, knight b5 is going to be even better than rook b4 and maybe winning his queen. But a very, very nasty position for him. I mean, every single time I make a point to say it out loud, just to, like, remind you. But we play these games, and by move 11, 12, I seem to have all my pieces out, and my opponent seems to have a queen running around the board somewhere, and maybe one more piece, at most. So that's why I always make sure to call it out, so you guys start to recognize, like, it's not that I'm in all these games, of course, I'm winning for a reason, but I would say in about 75% of them is because I'm just off to a great start. And I'm not doing anything fancy in the beginning, I'm just developing my pieces. So, yeah, attacking chess starts with development and initiative. That's why after 12 moves, I always say out loud, like, okay, it's been 12 moves, what's the situation? I've got every piece developed and I'm castled, and what about him? Oh, yeah. Nothing. They usually have their queen running around. Maybe they're up a pawn. Not usually. And, yeah. The final position here, we're on move 14. He's down material and he's got a queen out, you know? Tough lessons that need to be learned by lower rated players. GG's. I'm on a 2800 Blitz player. You guys crack me up with these jokes. 2800 Blitz player. You guys are hilarious. Can always count on the chat for a good troll. We extended our stay here. We had such a nice game at 750, I had to go for 800. So, we got an extra 50 points out. Not bad, not bad. I'm going to end the series there for now. We're obviously going to come back to it. It's starting to heat up. You know, we're in the 800s now. We're hopefully going to see some improved openings. But just remember, attacking chess still starts with the fundamentals. Development, initiative, that's what makes a good attack, not gambits and sacrifices. That stuff you add on top. Sprinkle it on top. Alright, but that's my end of my shift just for today. Tomorrow we got a nice long stream. I'm going to end off the stream now, but don't worry, we're headed over to Kick. And a short visit from the Chief. But I'll see you guys for a full day tomorrow. We also have our viewer tournament happening tomorrow at regular time after the late title Tuesday. Okay, I hope you guys enjoy this new series. There's also another Puzzle Habits series that I'm going to return to and get underway again. So we got a few new series coming up here, and then you'll see them reflected on YouTube a couple months later when it's been completed. But we're going to head over to our Kick channel, kick.com/chessbra. Hope you guys join us there. Even though my shift is done, the stream is not going to be over for the day. I'll say goodbye, and like I said, kick.com/chessbra. We are continuing, just going to end the stream, and hopefully see you guys over there, where the Chief is going to take care of you guys for the rest of Monday. I'll see you tomorrow.